Turn
Yeah.
your microphone. There you go, sir.
Okay. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the June 23rd, 2016 meeting of the Reston Association Board of Directors. Reston Association's mission is to preserve and enhance the Reston community through outstanding leadership, service, and stewardship of our resources. Our core values are service, collaboration, stewardship, innovation, and leadership. All of this helps us to focus on fulfilling our founders' goals, our beloved Bob Simon, for a successful, vibrant, and sustainable community, one Reston. We have a full agenda this evening, so on to business. So we have many important items on the agenda this evening, so why don't we get started? Item B is the adoption of the meeting agenda. Do I have a motion to adopt the agenda?
I move to adopt the regular meeting agenda.
Okay.
I second.
Discussion?
I would like to discuss item J. I thought that we had some discussion about whether or not to include that in tonight's discussion.
You'd like to remove that from the agenda? Am I hearing you correctly, Julie?
For you. Thank you.
Item J, right?
Yes, item J, I would like it to be I don't think we'll have time for it tonight, and I did not think that it had been approved to be on the agenda tonight. I discussed that with Mike earlier this week, and I thought we had had some discussion about how it did get added to the agenda and whether it was ready for the actions that were listed further down in the meeting.
So, Councilor, we would need a motion to remove that. You want to put that in form of a motion?
Yes, my motion is to remove it as an action item, and if there is time at the, as we go through the night, if there is still time, if we're not here until 11, that we open it up for simply discussion to get a better understanding of what board members might be interested in gathering community feedback. But I'm not comfortable that we should have it on as a budget consideration.
So the motion is to remove it
As an action
as
item.
an action item.
And make a discussion item. Is that correct?
Second?
Yeah, we need a second on that.
I'll second that for discussion.
Okay. Discussion?
Yeah, I was surprised to see that on the agenda. The governance committee at our meeting pushed it to July for conversation, and the governance committee was supposed to come back with a recommendation. And I, like many members of the board, never saw the package before it even made it onto the agenda. I checked with my BOC people. They never saw it before it made it onto the agenda. So I think we have two issues. We have a process issue. It ended up being on the agenda without the BOC even knowing about it. I don't think it's ready. The governance committee never discussed it. The task force has never discussed it since our Friday night meeting. I was perplexed how it even made it to the agenda. I would make a
Okay.
that's my discussion.
Okay. Any further discussion, Riley? Anything?
I want to second what Sherry just said.
Okay.
That opinion is my opinion.
Okay. Any further discussion? Yes, Kate?
Sabrina just was so kind as to do the governance committee meeting minutes for me this evening from last week.
Okay.
And she reviewed the whole tape in order to do the minutes.
We did
Was there any discussion at governance committee to take that off and put it on the July meeting agenda?
not this last meeting that I can recall.
That's not what I remember.
Okay.
We did say that at the
You took it
governance.
off of that agenda.
Of that, correct.
That
It was
meeting.
taken off of that meeting agenda for discussion, but it wasn't taken off of this agenda. The because the direction that I was given at that work session on Friday, July the 3rd, was to put it on this meeting agenda. Just clarifying what I understood and what direction I was given. Just clarifying facts, that's all.
And Kate, I think that that's fair, because I looked at your minutes from that work session, and we may have said that then, but a lot transpired between that meeting and this meeting. So I think the guidance was just premature on that. If that happened on that first meeting, I do know, being on the governance committee, and Eve and Mike and Ray, we decided not to talk about it because we didn't have time to talk about it at governance. Therefore, we pushed it. Whether we actually said we're going to push it to July, maybe we didn't actually say those words, but it was pushed, meaning it wasn't discussed. So I don't know how it and the entire package ended up on the board packet. I had not yet even seen the budget. And yet, and I'll be honest with you, it went out to the public before some of your board members even saw it. And I'm all for the open transparency, but I also, when I get questioned by a neighbor on, hey, what do you think about what I saw on the packet? And I'm like, what do you think about the budget? And I'm like, I have no idea what you're talking about. It makes me kind of look like an idiot because I'm not informed. And that's not okay. It's not okay that the public can see a budget item discussion before the members of the governance committee, which are supposed to be making a recommendation, haven't even seen it yet. So I think we have a process issue, but for the sake of this evening, because of all this, I think I make a motion that we remove it from the agenda completely.
There's a
already
motion on the.
Okay,
There's
well-
a motion on the table that Julie said she wanted to take it out of. Repeat the motion, please, Julie.
Move from action to
From
discussion.
action
Move from
to
action
discussion.
to discussion tonight.
And with the provision that if there is time tonight to cover it, but again, I want to be cognizant of the time.
Absolutely.
Of both the board members here tonight and our guests, who members of the community who might be also interested in this topic and our thoughts. I want to further add to some of what Sherry said, in that, you know, we formed a task force on the Code of Ethics. It included people beyond the board of directors on it, and we have not, as a task force, had a meeting since the Friday night board review of the documents, and being given the financials that night to some of us. And I think it's important that we respect getting the participation and involvement of all members of a task force, not just the board of directors. And that sets a tone and process for us as well. So that is why I think it should only be a discussion item and not an action. I would look for an action or a recommendation to come from the task force through then the governance to the BOC. I think this topic is something that is so very important and so much to the core of our community and our culture, and how not only we behave and strive to behave, but that we ask of our staff, and certainly reflect the desires of the community and what they would like to see. And you know, because we're all one. It's one Reston Association community.
So you're,
That's
Item-
discussion
item-
on my motion.
okay, I just want to be clear here. Item H you want for discussion, is that correct?
It's J.
J, I'm sorry, J.
Correct.
Okay, just for discussion, taken out of action.
Can I offer a modification of that, please?
Yeah, sure.
I'm not pointing any fingers. I hear a lot of stuff being floated around here, but clearly, this is a really, really important item. Clearly, a lot of people are not up to speed and where we need to be, members and us. There's a lot on the table tonight, a lot of very detailed things on the table tonight. And, you know, I don't think any of us want to hear any of the comments that we are 5 minutes over this and 5 minutes under that. We should be beyond that. Let's just table this, even for purposes of discussion. There are other times to discuss this. Definitely it shouldn't be an action item tonight. I agree with both of you guys on that. But for the sake of listening to the member discussion on why most of the people are here, why we're here, we're going to get into some real nitty-gritty details on budget, on Lakehouse and everything else. Let's just focus on that, shelve this thing for the next meeting or some date we all agree to in the future on this code of ethics.
Okay, so can we just, yes,
that
Counselor?
a
Gotta have a second.
Right.
Is that
I'm
a
looking
friendly
for a
amendment or
second.
We haven't
what?
voted on one
Replacement
yet.
for what Julie was saying.
I'll
Table.
second it.
We have a open.
Hold on just a moment, please. Yes.
Can we finish comments before we start?
Yeah,
going
exactly.
back and forth? Let's
Exactly.
not hijack the meeting. So, I disagree with taking it off. I think that there are people here who are interested. I think it is important to have a discussion, as, again, what Julie said, as long as we're not here way past our time. I do not think it's ready for action because we've had a lot of people say, wait, we're not ready for action.
Yeah,
So I support what Julie said, and I feel that we're here to listen to this, so let's not take it off.
Okay. Mike?
Just a point of clarification in terms of sequencing and whatnot. On June the 2nd, the task force got together, and we had talked about ways to solicit feedback. The following day, we got together as a board work session focused on the code of conduct, whereas a result of the previous day's discussion with the task force, the consultant had provided a couple of options to solicit further input from the community. I agree with everyone that this is a very important topic. I've been observing the comments on the code of ethics that appear in Reston now and elsewhere, and frankly, we've not had a reasonable discussion on the draft code. We need more. And the simple proposal that we made from the task force that was further discussed at the Friday board work session were a couple of options to do that: focus groups and polls. And so from the perspective of the governance task force or task committee, the code of ethics task force, it would be useful to hear from the board about whether or not they would entertain ways to solicit more meaningful input from the community so that we actually hear from the community, and whether or not it makes sense to conduct polls, and if the board would be open to the possibility of allocating some minor or small budget to this, something in the range of anything from nothing to about $15,000 for those options. So I'm, as the chair of those two committees, open to how the board would want to handle it today, but I would like to get some guidance so that we don't lose time in getting this before the community and before the board again.
Lucinda, I saw you with your hand up.
I would like us to have enough time to discuss this, all the items on this agenda in depth. I think that in light of the past situations that have come up and the scrutiny that we're under, it's important for us to take actions to really look at and consider all of the information and make decisions based on thoughtful time, enough time and enough thought and information. So I think this agenda has too much on it. I agree with Julie that the Code of Ethics project should be a discussion and it should be at the end of the agenda. I'd like to reorder the agenda, and I'll make a motion after we address Julie's motion. But I mean, I really suggest that we put the more important things at the top, the CEO performance appraisal and the governance committee recommendation for the Lakehouse thing. I think that those should be right up top. I mean, we can take care of the environmental advisory committee work plan, but let's get the important things done first. And then if we have time, I don't want to go over and stay here all night. If we have time, we can talk about the ethics project, but that can take us, a year to complete. I don't think we have a deadline. I'm not saying that I want to take a year to complete it, but we don't have a pressing deadline for that. Let's take the time and provide ourselves with enough information to digest it, that we can really do a good job on these things. So I agree with Julie that we don't need to take any action tonight on that. I don't even think we need to discuss it.
Okay. Jeff, anything?
I'm comfortable with the agenda as presented. We have 20 minutes set aside for the Code of Ethics discussion. If there's no action at the end of that, That's fine. Let's go ahead and take our allotted time to have the discussion. If we need more discussion, we'll schedule more time on the next meeting. Let's move on.
Eve, anything?
Yeah, I agree that we need to discuss it. I don't think we're ready for action, but I think that we need to discuss it.
Yeah. I need your help, Counselor. I think the last motion, I think Ray made a motion to remove it entirely from the,
There was a table, but it didn't get a second as far as I know.
I seconded it.
Okay,
Okay.
then the tabling motion takes precedent. So
okay,
you gotta go with tabling, vote on the table first.
So
okay.
Julie's motion.
Julie's motion.
No,
No,
the vote on the
Ray's
tabling of the motion,
Oh, gotcha.
right.
of the item from the agenda.
So it's Ray's motion.
Right.
Okay.
If I might,
Yeah,
I would like to see a very deep and very rich discussion, and I don't take a discussion just because that we're not taking action lightly. And I don't think that any of us individually, and definitely not collectively, are in a position to have that kind of depth of discussion right now, and this is not something that we, as Lucinda said, have to absolutely get done in the next month. You know, don't mean to be contrary, I don't see the benefit of having a discussion on something we're not all totally prepared to discuss. And there was a lot of stuff thrown at us this week. We all have jobs, we have families, we have lives. There's a limited number of hours we could put in. I put in a lot of hours on things that I considered absolutely crucial to this meeting tonight. And I think other people probably did the same thing, and people in the membership probably did the same thing. I think we'll get a richer discussion on the Code of Ethics if we delay it at least a month.
I'd like to make a statement, some other statement.
Right now, we're trying to get the agenda
we're trying,
approved.
Yeah.
So let's,
I believe with Robert's Rules of Order, I get to make 2 statements on each item. I'd like to make my second statement. And I just would like to remind my fellow board members that we're a board of 9 members. There's 9 of us here, and we should all work together and agree on the agenda together. It's not the operations committee agenda, it's the board's agenda, and there's 9 people here on the board, not just 3.
so can I just call for the
Call the question
vote?
on Ray's
Ray's
motion to
Ray's
table.
motion was to remove the item J entirely from the agenda. All those in favor of removing, please indicate by raising your hand. That's 1, 2, 3. All those opposed, please raise your hand. Okay. Now we have to go with Julie. Okay.
to change it from an action to a discussion,
Okay.
Provided there's time.
provided, I'm sorry.
Okay. Julie's motion was to provide an opportunity for discussion if there is time for item J. All those in favor, please indicate by raising your hand. Opposed? Abstentions? Okay, Julie's pass. Now, shall we start? Okay, cool.
So I'd like to make a motion on the agenda before we approve it. I'd like to move item K up in the agenda to after item F, before item G. I think this is a really important topic, and I don't think we should leave it till the end of the meeting. I think it deserves more attention than that.
If I may, Lucinda, I think you made a recommendation about the action items, so that's why we formatted this agenda as a result of your recommendations.
Okay.
All the action items, we wanted them up front, right? I think you made that, so we were listening to you.
Okay.
And the discussion items, we had them last.
So I rescind my motion. Thank
Okay,
you.
fine. Okay, now, do we have a motion to pass the agenda?
I second the motion to approve the agenda.
Okay.
As
is there
amended.
As amended. Any further discussion? All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Thank you very much. Next, consent calendar. I need a motion, please.
I second, or I'll move to approve the consent calendar as presented.
Second.
Is there discussion? All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay, now we're down to, I'm
Yes,
sorry?
it was.
Now I'm sorry?
Was it unanimous?
Yes, it was.
Yeah, it was unanimous, yes, sir. Member comments. Do we have any?
Sabrina.
Yes.
Is there an order?
Yeah. Yes, there is.
You'll be called in just a moment.
Okay, sorry.
Okay, thank you so much. Member comments during Reston Association board meetings are reserved for Reston Association residential property owners and renters. When called on by the board president, speakers are to state their full name and street address. Individual members representing their own interests or opinion are allotted approximately 3 minutes to speak. Individuals speaking on behalf of a homeowners group, Reston Association committee, or Reston-based organization are allotted approximately 5 minutes. So first, we have Roberta I'm going to mess your name up. I'm sorry.
Angus.
Okay, sorry about that.
Sure.
Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. My name is Roberto Anguizzola. I'm here in my capacity as the president and chairman of Reston Soccer Association. I'm also an owner and resident of Reston. I reside at 11513 Running Cedar Road, Reston, Virginia. I've got 5 minutes, but I'm going to take less than 5 minutes. I know you've got a lot on the agenda, and I appreciate the opportunity to be heard. In case you're not familiar with our organization, and hopefully you are, hopefully you've had kids or family members that have been participants or volunteers. We are a youth soccer club, Reston-based, 501c3 nonprofit. We serve over 1,600 children in the local community. We've been a Reston-based nonprofit since 1977, and approximately 20% of the children in our program, we're proud to say, get youth scholarships, which means that they're on the school lunch program or otherwise eligible for welfare. And so we feel we serve the community and have been serving the community of Reston very well. The reason I'm here is we're hoping over the course of time to be able to bring a year-round soccer facility that can be the home base of Reston soccer and create a sense of place and community in harmony with all the values that make Reston the great place that it is. To that end, we want to partner with Reston Association, and I should say we're already partnering with Reston Association. We rent fields from Reston Association all the time, every season, and we're actually doing a summer camp through Reston Association where our staff is coaching and staffing that. So we feel we're very much a part of Reston and already partner with Reston. But we'd like to partner specifically to improve and enhance the amenities at the Lake Newport Soccer Park. And so what I'd like is to be able to come back to either the July meeting or a meeting that the board finds appropriate when there's enough time to be heard and give you more details on what we hope is going to be an exciting project for the community, where we would seek to convert the current grass fields at Lake Newport Soccer Park into synthetic turf, but not traditional synthetic turf, but rather plant-derived or otherwise known as organic synthetic turf with organic infill is the main thrust of the project. But we would also, over time, like to consider a clubhouse with restrooms, which would be in particular of concern to women soccer players and families that have girls, because that's a big issue for them. And what I also would like to say, I know budget is heavy on the minds recently. We're not here to ask for a handout. We have, as an organization, in the past made significant investment in Reston facilities, donating for improvements of grass and otherwise, and we're looking to partner and work hand in hand and make a significant investment in an existing Reston Soccer Park. So I just want to make clear that we're not here with our hands out to do that, but rather to invest back in the community that we've been working with a long time. So my request is to be on the next agenda, hopefully, and if not that agenda, then a future agenda. And then in the meantime, we welcome an opportunity to engage with the Reston Association staff, Parks and Recreation's Advisory Committee, the Environmental Advisory Committee, and the Design Review Board. And we will hopefully hear from you that is okay to proceed in that way. Thank you very much.
Thank you so
Thank
much. Yeah. Ben Shipman.
My name is Ben Chipman. I work at Life Champ Martial Arts in Reston.
And your home address?
The address is 11160 South Lakes Drive,
Thank you.
Unit C2. And I also only want maybe 2 or 3 minutes of your time. I actually made a quick letter explaining some of my adversity that I faced with Reston Association in this past year. And I simply wanted to ask, because there seems to be some little to no oversight with some of the design review board, that the current rules and processes might be reviewed by you, because it's been very difficult. Of course, you know, myself, I'm representing my company. We want to have a good relationship with the community. We have for the last 7 years, and I'd like for many more years of a good relationship, but recently it's just been very hard to have a positive relationship, and I'd like to just ask you to take a look when you have more time at what I've written, and maybe consider within your schedule reviewing that. That's it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
John Bowman.
John Bowman, 12229 Corn Lane, Reston, Virginia. I think you said it's corn with a QU, where the fat cats, FHAT, cats live. So, 3 quick items for you. First, as you know, and by nature of your discussion you've had, we seem to have an ongoing public relations issue with items associated with Tetra, and I specifically said Tetra as opposed to Lakehouse. I observed the Finance Committee meeting on Monday, and the comment was made that the Tetra / Lakehouse finances should not be separated out. They should be left buried in. I understand that they're absolutely appropriate financially the way they are in the audit report. But you're going to get accused of burying and hiding that information if you accept it that way. You need to call that out. My sense is you've made a commitment to the members that Tetra would be self-supporting at some point in the future. You have issues with it now. What you need to do is make that as transparent as can be, and that means you need to make more information available than less. Accept the help of the members who are concerned. Likewise, you have an item on your agenda tonight about member requests for information. And I can certainly appreciate why that's on there. The optics of you discussing that suck, okay? Can I say it any blunt? To me, it's just like you reviewing your releasing of election information when you get a request from a member that some of you, and I say that directly, some of you did not like or appreciate. This looks the same way. Whether that's the truth or not, that's the way it looks. That's bad. You should seize the opportunity to, rather than change the rules to give you a reason to say no to the members, find a way to answer the question on a much broader level rather than just answering the member individually. And lastly, with all due respect to Kate, CEO, your transmittal letter of the CEO evaluation has challenges. You have a draft template, and you have language in it that presupposes a particular level of performance. I think that's inappropriate in a template. I mean, if the performance of the CEO was where you want it to be and you're happy with it, it should be real easy for you as a board to put glowing language in there. It doesn't need to be in the template. Members will look at that and they will accuse you of presupposing what the answer is going to be. You don't need that, and it's an easy fix. Thank you.
Thank you, John. We're at the point that in our board meeting that we go around and ask our directors if they have any comments they want to share with the board of directors. Why don't we start with Sherry? Nothing? Ray?
No, I'm fine, thank you.
Yeah, I'll share that school's out, Fairfax County today. Just really pleased to see that kids are out and about. I was able to take my son out to Lake Newport yesterday to do a little bit of fishing.
Oh, good.
And he caught a 12-inch bass. Beautiful looking fish. I just hope that all you have a wonderful summer and a great July 4th weekend coming up.
Thank you. Eve?
No, I have nothing tonight.
Okay. Jeff?
Same thing on the end of school. My wife's a teacher, so she's very happy. She's cleaning out her classroom, so she's very excited to get a little time this summer. Just as a note, I was really happy to see our friends from the soccer community coming out. I'm anxious to hear more about the initiative and improving our facilities here for our kids in Reston. That's very exciting. I'm interested to find out more. Of course, I can't go without mentioning the end of the regular season of baseball. Our Reston Little Leaguers had a great season. A little challenged with the rain this year, but they got through. And of course, All-Stars, Little League District 4 All-Stars are starting up this weekend. So if you want to see some great baseball with some great little athletes here in Reston, Fred Crabtree Park, we're going to be hosting a number of District 4 Little League All-Star games this weekend. So feel free to come up Saturday and watch some great baseball and support our kids.
Good. Thank you. Lucinda?
No comment.
Okay. Julie?
I'm excited to hear as well about the Reston proposal, and I think it's great that you're taking the initiative to work with our committees, with Parks and EAC, and even informational with DRB. I think that's great. So I appreciate that, and all my other comments will get wrapped up into the agenda items, I am sure.
Good. Counselor?
It's an honor and privilege to be here.
Okay.
Put before you, I mentioned to you at that Saturday session that we had with you that we're working with Washington Business Journal on putting together a whole Reston section. So this is hot off the press. It hasn't even hit some of the businesses yet. They dropped it off to us. There's about a 10-page section. I can't remember, Mike, 20 pages altogether on Reston. All it cost was my Rolodex and me making an effort to reach out to those that I knew who would be interested in this. This goes out to over 100,000 businesses to market Reston and the community. And a lot of work was done by Mike Leone and his team to put together the copy to kind of advertise and market what Reston is. So I'm very proud of the piece. The Washington Business Journal individual who approached me is a Reston resident to put this together, Nicole Wans. So we were honored to work with her. She looks forward to doing more with the business community and us, breakfasts and things like that. So I wanted to give this to you hot off the press, so it should be out tomorrow as well as electronically. I also wanted to wish my daughter Sarah a happy 12th birthday. It's her birthday today. So I hope she and Dad are having a good time this evening.
So if members want to purchase this cake, where would they purchase it? It's free?
It's free. The Washington Business Journal, I don't believe there's a charge for it.
So where would they purchase it?
It's a free, it's
Where?
the subscription isn't free, is it, Mike?
No.
Help me out. Yes, it is. It is free.
I paid for it.
You pay for it to get delivered directly to you.
Okay.
Yeah, I think so.
So
Yeah.
they can go online.
They can go online.
Okay, thank
Yeah.
you very much.
And we'll have some extra copies here at the association.
Very good, thank you so much. Item E, Environmental Advisory Committee 2015 Work Plan Status Report and Proposed 2016 Work Plan. Now to I'm sorry?
Before we move on,
Yeah, sure.
this is excellent. I
Oh,
want to
okay.
congratulate whoever's responsible. I know Mike Leon does great work. I've said this before. And him and his staff and Kate, whoever else, this is excellent stuff. Okay, pardon me. Go ahead.
That's okay.
Can I make one more comment too?
I'm sorry?
Reston also hit the paper this week. If some of you recall that was mentioned, I think DC was named as a very walkable city, but they
Right.
referenced
Because of Reston.
Reston.
Yeah, it was
Oh, there you
Reston,
go.
yes.
Yeah.
Good. Thank you for sharing. Update from the Environmental Advisory Committee on their outcomes of their 2015 work plan and presentation of their 2016 plan. I would like to invite Sue Baffle, who's the chair, and also, is Errol going to be working with you or just Sue?
Yeah.
You work alone?
Co-chair.
Okay, okay.
Good evening.
Good evening.
The Environmental Advisory Committee, or EAC, is called upon to advise the board on ecologically sound management of the association's environmental resources, including waters, natural areas, and wildlife, and is responsible for investigating matters related to the association's environmental resources, developing and evaluating strategies for the protection, enhancement, and use of those resources, and making appropriate recommendations to the board and CEO. Also, thirdly, developing initiatives to further member understanding of, appreciation, and participation in management of these resources. That's our charge. That's what we're asked to do. First, we'll review our 2015 work plan. I'll present our 5 goals, and Erwin will present our 6 ongoing activities. Then I will discuss our goals for 2016, and Erwin will discuss related ongoing activities. Please ask any burning questions, of course, at any time, but be aware that since there is some overlap between the 2015 and the 2016 plans, it may be more productive to hold those questions until we get to the 2016 plan. They may be answered in that way. Given how much you have on your agenda, I will try to move with some speed through this, but I certainly don't want to go so quickly that it isn't clear. Okay, here we go. All right. We have our first 2015 report is that we are set up to develop new urban design guidelines and review the existing design guidelines. The existing design guidelines were reviewed. That's complete. We worked with DRB on the development of tree and tree removal guideline amendments. On the new urban design guidelines, that's been put forward to 2016 because RA has not formed a working group on that yet, and so we will work with them when they're ready. Number 2, participate in development of Phase 2 of the Reston Master Plan Special Study. That is complete. Members attended community meetings and provided input both individually and at the meetings and directly to Larry Butler. Initiative 3 involves working with the planning of the Central Services Facility renovation. In 2015, committee member Eric Weinstein assessed the availability of solar roofing contractors and sought bids. And this initiative is carried through again to 2016. We'll talk about it more there. Review and consider updating the Band 8 list of invasive exotic plants in Reston. It is thoroughly complete as of this evening because when you voted to do your topics at the top of the agenda, you approved this our recommendation here. Thank you very much. And 5, develop a question-based framework for considering development and redevelopment projects in Reston. That is complete. We did develop such a questionnaire. The document is available in what developers need to know, and we can move. I think the example of it is going to come up for you. It's in what developers need to know section of the RA website, and there is a little bit of a sample of it there, as you can see. I do have a hard copy if anybody needs to see a hard copy. And it's on the website. Okay, that's what we set out to do and accomplished in terms of goals for 2015.
With respect to ongoing activities, the first one is the Sustainability Working Group, together with the RA staff and legal counsel, continued efforts on drafting the Sustainability Charter, and also began work on Goals 3, which was a review of the governing documents with respect to sustainability. And presently, we received comments on the latest draft of the sustainability working document from Kate, and we responded to those, and we're waiting for comments from council. And once we have that, then, well, I'll talk about that in the plan for this year. The second item is to work with staff and other advisory committees to engage relevant community groups and members concerning the sustainable care of RA natural areas and clustering condo common areas and homeowner yards. We have raised some important issues with the board regarding stream erosion in the South Lakes District, its sources, and the options for remediation. And we have invited local experts and advocates to talk with the EAC about the impact of deer population on Reston's tree canopy, the recycling of food waste and compost collection, green burials, and the Pony Barn redevelopment project. We advise the board as appropriate on environmental effects of increased density and transit-oriented development or other activities on Reston's watershed, natural areas, wildlife, and land use. And EAC members have attended briefings and before the DRB and the P&Z and community meetings, and submitted feedback on those presentations to the appropriate persons. We request and review an annual update on Reston Association's Animal Conservation Program, and advise the board as appropriate, and we have requested and received and reviewed the report for last year, and there was nothing of real significance to report, so that's why you haven't seen anything. We take part in and bring environmental information to RA-sponsored activities such as the Potomac Watershed Cleanup Days, Earth Day, Arbor Day, Halloween Trail, Habitat Heroes, Spring Festival, and those kinds of things. And EAC members have participated in a number of those activities throughout the year. As part of the RA Development Plan Review Group, we have participated in the review and comment process for development and redevelopment projects. And EAC members have reviewed development plans and shared them with the appropriate groups and submitted comments. And now we move from the report on last year to this year's plan.
Okay, and before I launch into the 2016 plan, I have a couple thank yous. Thank you to the board, and in particular, board member Julie Bitzer for her written comments in February, and to board president Ellen Graves, vice president Mike Sanyo, and CEO Kate Fulkerson for joining our April meeting and giving us insights on the work plan and tips for good communication. Also, thank you to Sabrina for her help throughout the year, and especially for helping format this presentation. We have experience and expertise on a broad range of environmental matters, and basically, the quicker the EAC hears about something that relates to the environment, the more quickly we can put together evaluations and provide information to the board. So we're pledging to communicate frequently with the board and appreciate that the board and RA will inform us as early as possible in decision-making processes. We look forward to a productive year for the EAC, a fruitful relationship with the board, And I would be remiss if I didn't thank you for approving 3 new committee members this evening, which you also did earlier in your activities. So thank you. Now, back to my notes here. Okay. Because I can't quite see it there. All right. Here we go. Okay. The first 2 initiatives both involve working with the DRB and other Reston committees and staff. The first is in coordination with the Design Review Board and other advisory committees, participate in developing new urban design guidelines and TSA guidelines, reviewing existing guidelines as needed. And so the new urban design guidelines are a goal for the DRB in 2016, so we will be working with them on that. And the same is true of TSA guidelines. Number 2 is advising the board on the application of sustainable design principles for the central services facility. And it says, it says June there, that's cool. To a certain extent, number 2 will be moved out toward December 2016 because that is where in the process of planning for the central services facility when we expect to have that planning pretty much pulled together. Thank you for your nod. So we did have a wonderful meeting in May, where the people who are the contractors came and helped us understand better what the planning process is for the central services facility. And we're going to have them come and talk to us again as soon as they have their plans a little more firmly pulled together. We gave them input. We are communicating. We're taking an active role in that. So also, Danielle Wilson, committee member and neighbor of the Lakehouse, deserves credit for having been an active participant in the Lakehouse Advisory Committee. She reports regularly to our committee, and we will be focusing more in depth on that later in the year. Items 3, 4, and 5 involve particularly working closely with RA staff. The first is to recommend the approval of staff-developed natural resource management plan, and if approved by RA, to assist with disseminating that plan to the community. We are looking forward to getting an updated version of that from Claudia Thompson-Deal, who has just returned from China, and as soon as she can get to that, we will work with her on that, bring it to the board, and then hopefully be able to help disseminate this information. Number 4 is a biggie. Prepare with staff an annual report to the board on the state and management of the environment in Reston. We realize that that is a large thing to do. We will not have it will not be a full, complete cover of everything there is to say the first year, but we will tackle what we can and the key elements, the fruit that's available, pull it together into a report on the status of the environment in Reston, with the idea that then, with a baseline, each year we can add to that and compare progress or issues as they come up. So that's our goal for number 4, is to set a baseline, working with staff to collect the data so that then we can have some idea whether we're improving or having more problems or what. And then number 5, respond to community concern about litter by analyzing the issue, causes, and possible solutions. We're working closely with the PR folks in RA who have already started their efforts to make this to make the Reston Association members more aware of this as an issue, and we're going to be looking at finding causes so that we can target responses. And that's it for our specific goals.
Yeah.
And was this for me?
Sue,
Thank
one
you.
of you,
I appreciate. I apologize for my stupid cough.
Why don't we start, Jeff, you want to start with you? Any questions?
We have one more section.
Okay, I'm sorry.
I might add that item number 4 is ultimately going to be an ongoing activity, as the intent is to do it annually and to gradually upgrade it so that we have more and more data as a basis for making the evaluation on the status of the environment, as well as providing a more longitudinal view of what's been happening, and to the extent that data exists going back, we will try to include that so that we have a more comprehensive approach to what's going on in the environment in Reston. On to the ongoing activities. I mentioned earlier the working group for sustainability, and explained more or less where we are. Once we receive comments from council, we will integrate those into the framework, and then the next step would be to present that framework to all of the Reston Association committees so that they have a better understanding of it, and to integrate them into the working group so that we can then move forward. There is some talk about doing some other things with the county and with perhaps VDOT. Those still are in early discussion stages, and we need to take a look at those further. With staff and other advisory committees, we will engage in relevant community groups and members concerning the sustainable care of the RA natural areas, the condo and cluster common areas, and homeowner yards. To the extent that that is appropriate, we will take part in and bring environmental information to RA-sponsored activities, such as I mentioned before. We will, as part of the RA Development Plan Review Group, participate in the review and comment process for the development and redevelopment projects in Reston, and advise the board as appropriate on the environmental effects of increased density and transit-oriented development or other activities on Reston's watershed, natural areas, wildlife, and land use. And we have attended the presentation that was made in Tull Oaks at the former Tull Oaks grocery store, made by the developer, and we have attended other presentations also regarding St. John's Wood and made comments. And to some extent, together with community groups, these developers have moved their initial projects to something that appears to be more in line with Reston's desires, and that those expressed by the community, although I would not say that there is complete coincidence. I'd say probably far from it, but some movement is movement. We will continue to assist members in bringing their environmental and sustainability concerns to the board as may be appropriate, as we did, for instance, with the issue of the South Lakes drainage ditch and erosion. And we will continue to request and review the annual update on Reston Association's energy usage and conservation efforts, and advise the board on that. And we look to do more of that as we integrate that into the sustainability implementation plan. So that would become a part of that plan. And with that, we conclude, unless you have questions.
Okay, now we're ready for questions, right?
Yes.
Jeff?
First, a comment. Outstanding job. I think putting together your plan. It really reflects the commitment of the members with the assistance of staff, helping put together a great presentation. Thank you very much for your good work on that. Let me tell you another reason why I like it. I like that it has very short-term, very local focused things. It has some nice medium-range things, and then it's also keeping in mind the long-term things that you need to be focusing on. And I really like the balance that you've struck between those short, medium, and long-term objectives. So my compliments to the committee on that. I had a particular interest in the report, the annual report that you're interested in developing. Have you benchmarked what other communities are using as standards that they measure over time yet? And I know, I guess what you're still looking to develop that, but I guess what I would encourage you to do is as you're looking at these things, really identify I would rather have fewer measures that we can get right and really nail that are important than try to have a whole patchwork of things that maybe we don't have great data on and we're trying to patchwork it together. I'd rather focus on things that are really important that we can get good, reliable data on.
Yes.
So that we can be tracking the impact that, we're having on our environment, positively or negatively.
I agree. It's not meant to be a huge, lengthy thing, because nobody's going to read it. We want to have it be relatively punchy with what's happening with the lakes, what's happening with the number of trees, what's happening with things that are reasonably countable, reasonably measurable, that we can then come back to year after year. Basically, where we are right now is we've just set up a subgroup of our committee to focus on that report and another subgroup to focus on the litter and issues related to that. So we'll go from here.
Good. I might add that the initial start of the group that will be working on the annual report on the status of the environment will be looking at the data that has been collected up to now and using that as a starting point. So it depends on how much information we have, and then from there they will decide what information is most useful and where we should go from here forward in terms of information collection.
Thank you. It sounds like you're heading in the right direction. Thank you again for your work. That's all.
Lucinda?
Oh, this is a great work plan, and you guys do great work. I really want to thank you for your service to the community.
Thank you, Lucinda.
Julie, anything?
Are you looking, I know we were involved with the South Lake stream, and if memory serves me correct, there were some other areas in Reston that you were going to take a look at as well?
I did, there was one, and I have to admit, I went back and looked and I couldn't find it. Very embarrassed. But, to the extent that we find other areas that are having difficulties, we will definitely work with that as well.
I was thinking there was one in North Point somewhere and one in Tall Oaks that had some interest.
Yeah.
So that would be worked into, I think it falls within one of your other ones. I am very excited about the natural resource management plan. So I look forward to that because that is something that I think we need to take particular interest in our living organic assets of our open space. So that's really important. I'm glad you're also looking at the redevelopment and development areas and how, to make sure that our presence and our interest from environmental and sustainability is reflected there. I want to thank Lucinda because I think you brought up to one of the recent BOC meetings about the data and getting that back into the agenda as something that into your work plan. Because I think the metrics and the performance is great to have that. And lastly, I want to thank you for bringing forth 3 new members to your EAC committee. Their skills, based on the interviews we had the other night with them, I think just match up so well to your work plan for 2016 and 2017. So very excited about that. So job well done.
Thank you.
Okay, Counselor, anything? Okay. Nothing?
Good, no, good job. Good job. Keep it up.
Okay, Sherry?
Just so we know I know there's an area in, Kate, you can probably tell me what the development is.
Sunderbriar.
Yeah,
That we need to go
Sunderbriar,
look at. Yeah.
that we're having some erosion issues.
Okay, I'll
We can
be
talk.
happy to hear from you, and we're neighbors, that helps.
Yeah, I'm definitely no
Okay.
expert, so I might have to bring Julie with me.
I would
They're
be
my
happy to look
experts.
into that.
Very good job, guys. Thank you.
And I was going to say that too, but good job.
Anything else,
You
Sherry?
went right to the ask instead.
Ray, anything else?
No, that's it. Thank you.
Danielle?
Thank you very much.
Okay. Eve?
Thank you.
I want to thank Sue for her leadership of the EAC committee and Erwin of the Sustainability Working Group. Erwin's picked that up when Diane Bliss left to Shepherdstown several years ago. Really excited about the State of the Environment report. I know the staff, Claudia in particular, had done a lot of work in the past on that. Getting a good fix on what the basic natural assets we have are, and whether they're improving, declining, or stable is really important. I was just so pleased to see that very nice bass, and there was someone else on Lake Newport yesterday that caught a 5.5-pound bass. So obviously, those stormwater lakes are relatively healthy. I'm concerned about all the development that's occurring. If there's further pressure that we should be concerned about. Likewise with the tree cover, we had a deep discussion around deer management as well. And there may be other issues where we can get factual data, we can rely on USGS, the county, and others to help develop a robust set of metrics and indicators. In terms of the Sustainability Working Group, I'm pleased to see we have a framework document. Look forward to recommendations that we can bring to the board in terms of closing that chapter and moving it forward. So again, I just really thank the two of you for putting in all the volunteer time and commitment that you have.
We have 3 excellent new members coming on board. I mean, they were so, and we could have sat there and listened to them all night. They were just so very, very interesting, right?
Yeah, John, Doug, and Robin.
Yeah, they were just absolutely wonderful. And Sue and Erwin, thank you so much. I know you've put a lot of time and effort into this project, and it's certainly shown in your work plan. So thank you again.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity.
So we have a motion, board, to move, or we can deny.
I move to approve.
Move to approve the proposed 2016-2017 work plan of the Environmental Advisory Committee.
Second.
Sherry did a second.
I think Julie second. Sorry.
Yeah.
I spoke first.
You can first.
Can you share? All right.
You want it, you can have it, Sharon.
Yeah. Okay, is there any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please indicate by raising your hand. Thank you so much. We're down to item F, receipt of audited financial statements. Annually, the association has an independent audit of its financial records. The firm contracted to perform the annual audit is selected through a competitive process overseen by the Board Fiscal Committee, and we have one of our board members who serves on that committee. After a rigorous review process, the Fiscal Committee recommends to the RA Board the firm to be used. I welcome this evening Laurie De Armand. She's a partner with BDO USA LLP, who is the audit leader for their nonprofit and education industry group. Laurie will be presenting the results of the December 31st, 2015 audit. Thank you so much, Laurie, and thank you for coming.
Thank you very much for having me. It's a pleasure to be working with Reston Association again, and it's a pleasure to be here presenting the results of the audit for this year to you. We met with the Fiscal Committee on Monday evening and went through in detail the results of our audit. I'm prepared to go over summary level detail with the board this evening, and you have also received copies of the draft financial statements as well that have seen some revisions since the Fiscal Committee to address some of the concerns raised by the committee, as well as some of the concerns that have been raised here by some of the members this evening. So I think that all of those concerns have been appropriately addressed, and hopefully you all will be able to accept the audit after my presentation. So in summary, we are prepared to issue an unmodified or clean opinion on the financial statements for Reston Association. During the course of the audit, we received complete cooperation from management, and all of the records that we requested were readily available for us to complete our audit procedures. During the course of the audit, there were 2 errors that were identified when we were doing the audit that required correction to the numbers that were presented to us for audit, but they were not significant errors. They're presented in the materials that are in your packet. There was a reclassification of amounts that were member credit amounts from accounts receivable into accounts payable. So it's to reflect the fact that those credits that are due to members are actually liabilities of the organization. And that was about $76,000. And then there was another reclassification from the building line item to land for the Tetra property. So when we audited that transaction, we identified that there was actually an amount that represented the value of the land, and so it was moved from the building account into the land account, and that was about $50,000. So again, relatively small in relation to the total balance sheet, but something that's required to be reported to the committee. There was no impact upon net income for those adjustments that were made during the year. And there were no other errors that were identified during the course of the audit that were not recorded in the financial statements. Those are known as past adjusting journal entries, so there was nothing of that nature. So moving on, the internal controls over financial reporting are adequate. We do not do an internal control audit, but we do look at internal controls during the course of the audit to design our audit approach and address any risks. We noted no material weaknesses in internal control, but we did make several recommendations for improvements in internal control that are really more advisory control recommendation type matters, nothing serious of serious concern related to internal controls. And those are enumerated here. One relates to the utilization of the fixed asset reporting module in the accounting system. A new system was implemented this year, and there was just some management just was not able to generate a particular report from the system during the course of the audit. That has actually, since Monday, has actually been already addressed already. So that was more, I think, just getting familiar with the new system than anything else. The recording of credits on homeowner accounts within the accounting system, that relates to the adjustment that I spoke of previously. That is an adjustment that management normally makes at the end of the year to correct the balances. However, because of some turnover that occurred within the finance staff this year during the year, things were a bit more delayed in actually having that adjustment being made. The next recommendation relates to developing a formal policy for reviewing, recognizing, and reporting contributions and grants that are received with donor restrictions. And then another recommendation for a formal policy related to the fixed assets. And that just relates to having a more formalized policy with useful life ranges for individual fixed asset groupings and when impairment considerations should be made. Again, nothing there should be of great concern, but just areas for recommendations for improvement. So just a reminder that the audit is, the objective is to obtain reasonable, not absolute assurance that the financial statements are free of material misstatements. So we don't look at every single transaction during the course of the audit, but we use sampling and materiality in order to design our procedures. The audit was conducted in accordance with generally accepted auditing standards, and the audit, of course, does not relieve management of its responsibilities. So overall, the results of the audit, overall, I would say that Reston Association's balance sheet is very strong. You ended the year with about $33.5 million in total assets and about $26.5 million in your fund balance in total. This really summarizes some of the major changes that occurred in the financial statement line items between last year and this year. There was a decrease in investments and deferred compensation investments, mainly due to poor market performance in the fourth quarter of 2015, and also for the deferred compensation investments. Those are investments that are held on behalf of individuals in their deferred compensation plan, and there was a withdrawal from a former employee of those amounts during the year. Accounts receivable also decreased. That was mainly due to better collections in 2015 as compared to 2014, and really was primarily a timing issue. I wouldn't say it was better collections from the sense that, fewer people are defaulting or more people are paying. It's simply that you had better, it was a timing issue as of the end of the year. Property and equipment, probably the biggest change. Total increase of about just under $2.6 million, mainly due to the purchase of the Tetra property, offset by total depreciation expense of just under $1.8 million, and some other fixed asset purchases of about $1.7 million. The deferred compensation I spoke about, when the assets decrease, the liability decreases in relation to that. Somebody just withdrew money from their account, so that's what that related to. Revenue collected in advance, that is mainly due from homeowners paying their 2015 fees in advance. Again, a timing issue. And the deferred rent liability is an accounting convention that requires you to recognize the rent expense on this building straight line over the course of the lease. So, and then the note payable, of course, the $2.6 million for the Tetra property, the note payable that was taken out this year. So moving forward for the statement of revenue and expenses on page 5 and 6 of the draft financial statements, overall for the year, you ended the year with $754,000 in excess revenue over expenses. That primarily, there was an increase, 3% increase in homeowner assessments due to the increase in the annual assessment and the number of units. The Lakehouse revenue was $693,000. That was from the proffer and some rental income from that property. Operating expenses increased about $894,000. That was primarily due to $777,000 in additional costs related to the Lake Ann dredging and some increases in salary. Those were really the two biggest areas that increased. And then, of course, as I mentioned, there's net income of $754,000. So during the course of the audit, we look at the accounting policies used by Reston Association and found them all to be in order. Before I summarize, before I end my formal comments and take any questions, I did want to address the fact that the Lakehouse operations have been reflected as a separate column in the balance sheet, the income statement, and the statement of cash flows. It's a separate separate unit within the operating fund. The board has never voted to formally have a separate fund in the same respect as the repair and replacement and the capital improvement fund, but the Lakehouse has been tracked in your accounting system. All of the activity has been tracked in a separate fund throughout the year. We audited that activity, and it has been reflected as such in the financial statements, on the face of the financial statements, in a separate column within the operating fund. So I just wanted to address that because I know that there were some concerns about the way in which that was being presented. So I believe that I can't think of anything that is not being presented, frankly, relative to the Lakehouse. I think all of the financial transactions are being very transparently presented within the financial statements. So, could we ask questions? Or how does this work?
I don't know if she's, are you?
I'm finished with my formal results comments, so any questions?
Why don't we go around the table? We'll start with Sherry.
I have two. On page 5, and this may just
B, I don't understand. Under the property and equipment, so we talk about the variance, the purchase of the property, Tetra property for 2.661. And then further down, we talk about depreciation expenses, excluding that Lakehouse purchase of 1.665. So there were, the Lakehouse was additions of 2.661, and then there were other purchases of 1.665, and then less the depreciation. So if you add those two, the 1.75 and the, 2.66 plus the 1.665, and then deduct the 1.75 in depreciation, that's the total change in fixed assets. And then the wording's a little
My other
awkward
question
there,
was
but-
on page 6, Lakehouse revenue.
Mhm.
So my understanding was the proffer that we were given by Comstock was not specific for Lakehouse. So my question is, how can that be counted as a Lakehouse revenue when it wasn't a specific designation for Lakehouse?
So you are correct. It was not a specific designation. Because it's been internal, and again, this is all part of the operating fund. So because it's been designated internally for use in the Lakehouse, it's being reflected there.
As revenue?
As revenue.
So that's a little bit misleading then. I'm just putting it out there. Little misleading that that's revenue when it was actually proffered, not specifically for Lakehouse.
It says
That decision was made at some point, not my time on the board, but at some point, I guess.
I think that we got the revenue because we purchased the lake house. It was tied together.
I don't think that's true.
Why don't we go around the
That's
table?
why.
So those are my questions.
Okay, all right. Ray?
Yeah, thank you. I see a change from when I first looked at this. And we have a note here that minor edits were made to the notes which clarified that the designation from Comstock was unrestricted as opposed to, I had it restricted assets. Now, my understanding of restricted assets would be, for example, I give you a grant of $100,000 to build an auditorium in my name.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? Something along those lines. It's a specific purpose.
Mm-hmm.
That's what it goes for.
Mm-hmm.
So initially, we were trying to say that the $650,000 from Comstock was restricted to Lakehouse. My understanding now that you just clarified, that's really not the case. It was unrestricted. If the Tetra vote had failed, we would have still gotten that $650,000 to do something else with it. Yes?
Yes.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Okay, thank you. And Danielle? Who's our financial guru?
Yeah, I'm sure we've all gone to our financial statements and taken a look read it in detail. And you can see that Lakehouse is its own column. So while technically, according to fund accounting standards, and we did not take a vote that it's fund accounting, it's not being buried. I think at the fiscal committee, the way that it was first laid out, there was revenue coming in and out, and we're like, what is going on? This is very confusing. Mm-hmm. And we asked for a note to be added to the financials that dealt specifically with Lakehouse. So you did add note 2, and I appreciate that. I think I was looking for almost like a P&L. I mean, I like
Well,
that.
I think because it's broken out on the face now,
Right.
and not in the note, because we did add the note, and
Yes.
then we have it, instead, we put it on the face. It's now presented on the face. So if the P&L would be exactly what's represented on page 5. So the 650, because it is part of the total operating fund. It's just in the Lakehouse column.
Right. So, moving on, a few questions for you. One, do you feel like our accounting department is adequately staffed to handle our volumes and what we are doing?
I think during the year, your accounting department was not adequately staffed. I think that's probably clear. I mean, there was a lot of turnover. I think you've had 3 CFOs in 3 years or 2 years. And there were a lot of other transitions during the year. So I think that's clear.
Okay. Do you feel that the association is in a strong financial position?
I do.
Okay. Do you have, I feel like you're on. Sorry, I'll change the tone. And another thing.
It is a friendly audience.
It is a friendly audience. The internal controls, which are great, and I love that they're put right up here, and I understand that they're, for the most part, suggestions, not glaring financial errors. Do you have an idea of when these will be addressed? Is that a Robert question?
It's probably a Robert question. I could tell you the first one was addressed. I think within a couple of days. We got the email Wednesday about that. So I think for the balance of them, I think that's something Robert could address.
Okay. Can Robert address that?
Robert, can you address that for us?
As soon as I can. In the next couple of months, I'll definitely starting to work on that. It's just taking one at a time. I think as soon as I can. Where are the actual? So the one is creating a policy for proffers and that, and I think that's something that maybe the fiscal committee can actually help work on. The other thing is with the fixed asset policy. We've had the same fixed asset policy for like decades, right? So I think it's really more refining what we need to show from a depreciation depending on the type of asset. So what that really means, and what the audit team picked up, is you may have a pool facility where there's repairs and maintenance done, and a very similar pool facility, same repairs and maintenance done. The folks that did the repairs and maintenance think that the depreciation or the useful life of those renovations would be 5 years, and at another one, it may be 7 years, depending on few circumstances. The one facility gets used more than the other, and that's the kind of comments that came out of that. But we can definitely look at that. So it's really for me to take a look at these along with the team and start working on them throughout the year, throughout the remainder of the year.
And the credits on the homeowner accounts, I think this is tied to one of those miscellaneous adjustments that we saw. There was a 76,000 miscellaneous adjustment. And just to size it for everyone, that's less than 0.5% of revenue. So the materiality is very, very low adjustments that they're making. However, it arises when people say, my balance is 642, I'm going to write a check for 650. But does that require system changes? Is that something that can get done pretty quickly, or is that a big project?
No, that's not a huge project. It's really, you have people overpay. I've seen the husband pays the assessment, so does the wife, and then you're like, oh, geez, we've got double payment, those kind of things. So it's really going through and monitoring the credit balances. The person that actually retired at the end of last year, that's what she used to do and clean up, and we've been understaffed in that area. So it's really divvying it up and actually focusing on pulling the credit balances every month and monitoring that and seeing what it is, and actually writing out checks to the people and sending them their money back. So
I would love to see a materiality once that credit gets to a certain amount that the check gets issued.
Yeah.
Okay.
And we're obviously working with the largest credit balances first. So.
Okay, thank you so much.
If I may, I'm going to add to Robert's comments, and working with him to update those policies. We will definitely go back to the fiscal committee to have them take a look at it as well. It'll come to the BOC, then to the board of directors, so that it's a formal policy, so that BDO doesn't see that again in the future. They've checked that box. So I appreciate the comments and what you found and where we can do some fine tuning.
And I would like to thank John Bowman for his comments, because he's right. We do not want to bury it, and there's no intent to bury it, but putting it in the financials where they're published and the auditors taking a look at it is a great idea. Anything else? No, sorry.
Jeff?
First, thank you to Danielle and the fiscal committee for great work in terms of providing input. on making the information as clear
Yeah.
to non-CPA people as possible. Appreciate it. And I'll just leave it at that. Thank you to the fiscal committee. Nice job.
Okay, Lucinda.
Yeah, thank you to our experts. And, you know, I guess one thing that I would just like to see in the future would be, I'm looking at the consolidated statement of revenues and expenses, and it would be nice for me to be able to match things up easier so that if the revenues and the expense categories were more similar. For example, I don't remember which page it's on, but you know, there's the tennis and pools are broken out, but then I don't see anything for the camps and after-school care. And I know that we do a lot of that, and I'd like to see, you know, how much revenue we're getting from those categories. And it's not easy to find in here. I think that the categories could maybe be more clear in the future. But this is a great job, and thank you all for.
Well, that's interesting, but Robert, why do you sit down?
This is your show, man.
Yeah. You present that information every month. What, do you know the decision to, I know it's been collapsed for ease of use.
But I mean, like tennis was pulled out, but not the camp, you know, I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I think
that's
that's
at
in
the
the
supplemental
supplementals, which
right
the
there.
supplementals are designed to have more detail than the face of the statement. So that's on page 21. And
So there's so if you look at page 21, there's tennis programs at the top as well as.
Wait, I don't have page 21.
Sorry, it's in our, it's the very last thing in our
Oh, I see.
Dropbox,
Okay.
Reston FS.
Wait. All right, I do have page 21. Okay.
Okay.
So it's actually broken out in a better way over there. So you'll see tennis in the revenues as
Okay.
well as the expenses.
So the after-school programs and the summer camps? That's what I was looking for.
Right.
your formal audited financial statements provide summarized information. So very detailed information on programs is what the internal statements are really designed for.
I thought we made more money on the after-school programs and summer camps, so I don't understand why we'd have the tennis in there and not those.
Maybe we can, Robert, can you answer that question later?
Sorry, say again.
I thought that we had more revenue coming in from the after-school program and the summer camps, and I don't understand why the tennis program would be pulled out, but that would not be.
It's just the way they've been disclosed year after year. I mean, what we can do going forward in future years, we could actually break it out even further. If you look at our monthly financials, you'll actually see the separate departments being broken out in a lot more detail than this. So if you take a glance at our monthly financials, you'll see the department numbers, and you'll see if there's a particular revenue related to that. You'll see that as well as the expense side. So you want to look at the there'll definitely be a CAM section on revenue as well as expenditure on our monthly financials.
So Danielle, maybe that's something to find.
I think that's an excellent idea. It looks like they said revenue and they lined it up for, let's take our top 10 categories.
Yeah.
But that's excellent. But on page 22, I'm so excited you went into the financials and start talking about it. But I just want everyone to realize on page 22, they've listed our expenses out, largest, smallest. And for us all to keep in mind that RA is it's an employee-based organization. 63% of our expenses are labor-driven.
Could I ask a question, Danielle, maybe or any of you? So this is just an accounting question. How come we list a non-cash expense under expenses, meaning depreciation and amortization? What I'm getting at is if that wasn't listed on the expenses, like the hard expenses, your like lighting and janitorial supplies and all that kind of stuff, our actual profit or excess cash would be higher because it's a non-cash
Yeah, but that's accrual basis accounting. So depreciate on accrual basis accounting, when you acquire the asset, you don't recognize the entire expense when you acquire it. You recognize the expense over the life of that asset, which is why you get charged depreciation expense. It's just the fundamental principle of.
But for us non-accountants, wouldn't that mean that I should have more as my bottom line in my bank account because it's not actually an expense?
Well, could I add to this?
Or help explain it would be great.
No. It's an excellent question. And it's like if we were cash-based or accrual-based, which kind of means nothing to, you just want to know what you have at the end of the day. One of these footnotes talked about the assets, property and equipment, and talked about the variance and the change in depreciation in our assets. So, for example, instead of having this depreciation of like 1.8 million, we would instead put how much cash do we spend on buying things. And last year we spent what, 2 million in buying new assets. So the number.
So it's accrued over the life of the asset? Is that how it's done? It's
So if
accrued
you bought
over-
it for
the
2
expense is
million.
accrued over the life of the asset.
You
basically, okay. Okay, I get that.
So if we were cash basis, we would have, instead of depreciation and amortization, we would put, fixed assets that we bought.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we use accrual basis accounting.
Yeah.
Yes.
Lucinda, were you finished?
Oh, yes, thank you.
Okay.
Thanks.
All right. Julie?
Just one question. I got a little confused in your Tetra land and Tetra building. So had we combined the two and you were simply saying, address each as a separate entity, land and building? Or had they been?
So land, not to get too technical with accounting, but land does not get depreciated. So the classification between the fair value when you acquired that property between the building component and the land component was recorded, it was off by $50,000. So $50,000 moved from the building amount into the land amount because of
So land went up?
land went up, which doesn't get depreciated.
Right. Got it.
So you won't get charged that $50,000 expense over the life of the building.
That was it. Thanks.
Just to confuse things.
Anything
more.
else, Julie?
Yeah, thank you.
Council? Kate? Eve?
No, I am good, thank you.
No, thank you. Good report.
Yeah.
Danielle,
Can I ask
thank
one
you.
more question?
Sure. Mm-hmm.
How much actual cash did we take in compared to how much went out?
Should be on one of these reports.
That's on
21?
Revenue?
Page 23?
So
you change it. Page 8, I think it is. Your
you have
consolidated.
you have $624,291 in cash.
That's revenue.
I think he's talking
That's
overall
Lakehouse.
cash-
Oh, I'm
cash-
sorry.
cash flow
I'm
statement.
sorry.
Yeah.
Oh, you're
Yeah.
sorry.
Who robbed the bank?
I thought we were still talking
Yeah.
about the lake house.
I thought I saw it on 21. Consolidated sum, operating fund revenues and expenses.
No, I mean, we took in cash, we spent for operations, forget depreciation and all that.
Right.
What's the number?
Lori, am I right? It looks like if you go to page 8, the consolidated statement of cash flows overall, the association has a positive 46,000 cash flow.
Yep. Well, your cash increased 46,000, but from operations, you have positive cash inflow of 1.6 million.
Where do you see that?
That basically takes
That sounds more logical.
the
1.6.
1.6 million.
I'm sorry, where's that number on this?
That's your net cash provided by operating activities.
Far right-hand column,
What page? 8?
8.
Mm-hmm.
Cash. Wait. At the end of the day, though, and then you buy assets, right?
Mm-hmm.
And at the end of, when everything settles, the dust settles, we have 46,000?
Yeah, it increased by 46,000.
By $46,000. So the answer is 46,000.
No.
I'm just looking at cash from operations, what I was asking.
That's just the net increase
So
of
that's
46,000.
essentially, yeah, and then that's
Right.
it.
You want to know total
No,
cash?
I got what you
Payment?
said.
Okay,
I
I
understand.
was going to say, I don't have that number off the top of my head. If you had cash basis financial statements in front of you, I would, but they're accrual basis, so.
No, it was just 46 last year to 14 to 15 increase.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you
You're
so
welcome.
much, Laurie. Thank
All right.
you, Robert.
Thank you.
It's all good news. Board, we have a motion, move to accept the consolidated financial statements and supplemental materials for the year ended December 31st, 2015, as presented by the Association's independent auditing firm, BDO USA, LLP. Do I have a second?
Second.
Is there any further discussion? All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
I'm abstaining.
Okay, any opposed? And one abstention. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you so much. We're down to item G, financial report on the 2016 Lakehouse operating and capital budgets. During our last meeting of May the 26th, 2016, this board directed our CEO, Kate Faulkson, to provide monthly financial updates on the operation of the Lakehouse. In your packets is the financial report of the Lakehouse for the month ending May the 31st, 2016. Are there any questions regarding this information for Kate or her staff? Does that mean no? Everyone's
Getting
good?
to where it is.
Hold on. Are we trying to find it or what?
Yes.
Okay.
What page is it?
Ends on 97.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Got it?
So are we going to get some kind of an update or a presentation or anything?
At that same meeting, the board voted to allocate $430,000 from the 2016 operating fund to the Lakehouse Fund to cover the capital cost overrun related to building renovations for Lakehouse. CEO Kate Faulkson promised the board she would work to mitigate the Lakehouse cost renovation overages by identifying favorable permanent operational expenses and revenue variances in the 2016 budget. That expense and revenue variance is in our packets and has been reviewed by the fiscal committee. Kate sent us an updated chart this afternoon that reflects the fiscal committee's recommendations. That revised chart is on the screen, and I think we also have a hard copy of that. Is that correct? Do you have any questions of Kate?
Oops, the screen, there we go.
I want to provide a little clarification. So you
Okay.
have two spreadsheets in your packet.
Mhm.
One is a very large spreadsheet that you'll need to enlarge to look at it. It does show the entire 12-month period for the 2016 Lakehouse capital and operating budget. The green cells show you actual numbers, expenditures, revenue that's come in. And the non-shaded cells off to the right-hand side are the remaining months. So as promised on a monthly basis, we'll be reporting out as to how we're doing on those budgets. So that was one piece that you asked me for. So for clarification, that was put in there for your review in case there were any questions. So I wanted to make sure you had that.
Oh, it's on one.
Got it. Yes, Julie.
So if I track what you just said to me, and I'm looking at this challenging chart even with my bifocals, I see, for example, a line, second line saying after-school program, there's green for 6,180 in May. So
Correct.
that would be received revenues.
Correct.
Okay. Make sure I understood what you were saying.
Danielle?
Any progress on real estate taxes?
Not yet. we did talk with the county about that yesterday, and we will be working closely with the Department of Taxation with the help of the Deputy County Executive's Office to see if we can't move that along before the end of the year.
Yeah.
Nice job.
Good.
Along with that.
We're getting there, yeah.
Okay, how much of the revenue has been pre-sold or contracted or?
And I want to, the revenue for after-school program is reflected. That has come thus far in May. I do know that you'll be seeing revenues in June for the camp programs. Is that correct, Robert? I'm going to borrow you because I know that you and this is the smaller sheet, the one that's very difficult to read. That if you'd like to look off of my laptop, you can. It's the one where we're showing the actuals over the 12-month period.
Yep.
Okay.
So I think.
You need to come up to the podium, please. Thank you, Robert.
Contracts we've received.
So are we on the?
This is, and bear with me just one second. Julie,
Yeah.
to answer your question, these are people who've registered to participate in the after-school program.
Right.
Now that the board has approved the contracts this evening with a consent calendar, we do have 11 contracts pending, and we will start collecting fees for those. We do have several bookings, throughout the year for the rental of the facility. Separate and apart from that, we'll begin collecting those. But there is a camp program that's going to be starting on there on Monday. I believe there are 3 different programs that are starting there. And I know that we were going to start reflecting the revenues coming into that.
That is correct.
Starting in the month of June.
Yep. As soon as we get the revenue, whenever it hits, we got to reflect it in the particular month that we received that money. Yep.
I think my question is, your after-school program represents $110,000.
Can you put the other chart up?
Yeah, and I'm gonna, Larry, it's too small.
Oh.
You will see it.
Why don't we try anyway, and we can enlarge that section of the screen.
Well, I have a note from her, yeah.
Okay, good. So Laura put the revenue budget together, and she's not here tonight. But Larry chatted to her about some of the programs, and he's got some notes here.
So yeah, here's some of the notes. So right now, these are just enrollments, and so a lot of what you see reflected there already is just deposits. It's not the full fee.
Right. I think my question though is, for example, December, there's 22,000 revenue. There's some assumption there that that's 15 kids or that's 20 children. How many have booked?
We have 20 books so far.
20, right.
20 booked. So of that December revenue, 22,000, how much of that is booked? Is it half the revenue is booked? How much space do you have?
So this was if I remember, being if I remember correctly, being a parent who's purchased, I think the initial fee of $390 is what's reflected here. And don't divide that number by 390 because we might have different people might not have picked up transportation or something like that to participate in it. But that is the first month. That gets you in the first month, for lack of a better way of putting it, or it's the deposit fee that you also have for that. There'll be a regular monthly billing at $390 a month for that.
Okay, so if I were to take December 22,373 and it's $390 a month, so divide it, that means.
So it's $390 a month for aftercare program per child.
So $22,000 divided by 390 is 57 children.
Yes.
Okay. And
We are just with camp starting next week.
Yeah.
We're going to be starting our marketing campaign directly with camps.
Sure. No, but you have roughly a third booked before the school year starts.
Correct.
Before the school year was ended.
Right.
Okay.
Any other questions?
That's good.
Jeff?
35%.
I see you shaking your head.
Yes, I'm
That's
shaking.
good, good.
That's good, we're a third of the way there.
Yeah.
School's not even out today.
Today was the last day of school.
Right. Eve, anything?
No.
Mike?
It sounds like we're pretty confident the revenue projections are what they were when we started talking early on about the Tetra property.
Yeah, and what you see reflected here, that's, Laura and her staff have put together a really strong program, particularly for the after-school care. And right now, we've got about 141 kids enrolled in the camps that are starting there on Monday.
So I think you'll see quite different revenues when you look at the month of June. There'll be some bigger numbers that'll be filled in on that side when you get the report again in July on the 28th.
So these are not estimates, these are actuals.
The green highlights are actuals, yes.
Actuals.
The estimates are the things on the right side that's what we were projections.
Projection into the future.
Correct.
But it sounds like June and July, you pretty much have those numbers. You're pretty close to that. It seems like that must be a very,
Locked in,
right?
Yeah, I mean,
I put my glasses back.
what I can say is that at the end of the month, I'll start looking at all the transactions coming through, and I actually then fill in the spreadsheet, what's actually gone through our accounting system, and then that becomes basically green. So everything you see green are the actuals. Everything that's not green are still the budgeted amounts. So as soon as I go through and do the month end, which will be towards the end of the month, in the first week of July, we'll start populating the June column over here. I'll be double checking that, and it'll turn everything to green, which will then indicate it's an actual, and we'll see where we are.
Anyone else? Julie?
Just a question. I'm thinking that we were pretty low-key in our marketing of the Lakehouse for this summer, because of not quite knowing exactly when we were going to open it, and the fact that we were thinking we weren't going to do this till 2017, but it was going to be rented by the previous owner through 2016. So I'm thinking that what has been achieved thus far is pretty strong.
Yeah.
With little time to drive and work that. And I know the other night at the Lakehouse working group, there were a lot of good ideas to involve the community engagement and really do community outreach about the facility and what was there and how to help bolster the revenue stream. So I appreciate knowing that we've got at least this revenue stream secured.
Other bookings, I know that Laura mentioned several weddings and stuff like that. So are these the deposits that we're seeing that are not, or?
We have 11 rentals. I don't know how those are broken out.
I don't care by type, but yeah.
Those are pending the contract that was approved in the consent calendar tonight.
Okay, so they haven't, okay.
It's not reflected here yet.
Gotcha.
Right, and we have 12 other inquiries right now that we are looking at scheduling and so forth.
So, and one other question, I'm sorry.
Sure.
What is do we know what the maximum, I think we did know this, but the maximum number of events that can be booked when it's not in use for, other programs,
I don't know if we've calculated that. I mean, it's based essentially on the programs that we've established in there, and then the other times within the time restrictions that have been set up for the total hours of operation. So we haven't calculated, because each rental might be different depending on, is it a 1-2 hour, are they getting food, those kinds of things.
It probably would be good to understand what the potential is now that we know what all the boundaries are for use. We should be able to project fairly easily.
To the hours of use.
Well, I mean, we knew,
average
we knew going
rental.
in, we knew going in what we hadn't anticipated potential use, and so let's confirm that against what now the working group has come up with as actual hours, because we did come up with that blended use model, or we accepted a blended use model. And so can we just understand the impact that has on the projection, so
we
that
need to range it.
Yeah, exactly. So that, yeah, I mean, it could be that ultimately it's not vastly different, you know, because I know that the kids' programs are very profitable, but.
If I may, I know that the working group is going to be looking at that as we get data in. They will be reporting back to you in December. They're going to take a look at that, come back and give you just that information of kind of what the differentiators are. I know that staff are collecting information on bookings that we've lost because of hours of operation or non-availability because of a program. So they are tracking that. But I think.
So they're going to track when people were told no because the property was closed or not available for use. Correct. Because of the type.
Yeah.
That's super useful.
Yeah, so we are, and the working group requested that so that we could make sure we had that for you. But we do have some bookings that will be locked in tomorrow.
Good. Danielle, you had a question? Yeah, Danielle.
Just a quick question. When you prepare this, kind of to Sherry's point, cash versus accrual, you could have an invoice in hand, and so therefore it really is an expense, but the cash hasn't left the door. So how do you record your numbers in here? Is it when you're cashing?
Recording is pure cash.
This is pure cash.
Yeah, so I'm looking at this, if the money has left the bank account in the month, it comes over here, boom, in the month. Well, and then I'm tying it back to the actual bank balance as well.
Anything else? Kate, question for you. Camp season ends what date?
August blank. I should know this. I can look it up. If you'll give me a minute or two, I will look up when the last session is.
Okay, and my question, lead-on question to that, after school will then move in.
Correct.
To the Lakehouse.
Correct.
Yeah, and if I understand correctly from the meeting we attended, we have schools already signed up to participate in the after-school.
Correct.
How many students do we have?
20 thus far.
That's 20 right now.
Okay. And that's how many schools?
I don't know the breakdown off the top of my head.
But there are provisions made to look at kids coming from different parts of Reston.
Right.
Correct.
Yeah, I saw that, yeah.
Providing bus service if there's an appropriate number of children.
Anything else?
Yes.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
I'm struggling with these numbers. And how you can figure out how much new revenue is actually being generated by this. It's easy to say we're generating X number of dollars because we have these contracts and all, but would these programs have existed anyway, at least to some degree? Was there another venue that we're taking them from one venue to the Lakehouse? Or are we really confident that this Lakehouse is generating new kids, new programs that wouldn't have happened anyway? That's question number one.
New revenue to the Reston Association.
New revenue that would not have happened had the Lakehouse not existed. Number two, has anybody done any work on what part of town the various users are from who are using the Lakehouse and projected to use the Lakehouse? What neighborhoods, what areas, etc. Those are my two questions.
Let me address those. The after-school program is brand new to Reston Association, and the additional camp space is new to Reston Association. Our state licensure, we're maxed out at Brown's Chapel, so we were capped there. And so all of the camp activity and after-school activity at Lakehouse is new or expanded of what we already do. That would not have been possible without Lakehouse. To answer your second question, and Kate is very familiar with this since her daughter is a Herndon Middle School soon to be, there's very limited possibilities for traditional after-school programs in the North Reston, which feeds into Herndon Middle School and Herndon High. We studied that greatly, and there is a lot of untapped potential. Virtually every SAC program available already has a waiting list.
I can second that. It was very difficult to get the Alvin program when we were there.
Yeah. Have a
Long
waiting
list,
list.
a year or two waiting list.
Yeah.
So to summarize, what you're saying is that virtually all this revenue we're getting from Lakehouse, we would not have gotten had it not been the Lakehouse and the Lakehouse renovation. Is that the position that we're taking?
Yes, we didn't have the space.
And second, I think we're going to need some more detail on that and see how things play out and how they've already played out. On the nature of my question is what parts of town are the users from and who's gaining the most benefit from this Lakehouse renovation? You seem to be implying that it's the area that's bordering against Herndon, Great Falls, et cetera, and North Reston seem to be the most use.
We will.
Families from those areas, kids from those areas are the ones that are most using this. Correct or incorrect?
We can certainly look at the data and see where they're.
Yeah, okay, I don't want to press you if you don't know the answer, but can you get me that answer?
What I'd like to do for you is, especially for the camps programs that are there, BRICS camps, we've got STEM programs, all of this, that we will look at what district those children are coming from, so we can break it down from that. We can do the same thing for the after-school program. It's not solely just for the North Reston area.
I know we're not restricting anybody, but logically,
Sure.
who's really using this? I want to know that.
Well, and that's also why they talked about being, if there was an interest from different schools throughout Reston, that they would look at busing.
We're going to have actual numbers.
Well, and we'll get that kind of data.
Just when you get the actual numbers, Kate.
In the fall, I don't think we have that kind of.
Well, and it's brand new, so I wouldn't think that, I mean.
I'll make that a part of my monthly update.
Thank
Does that help you?
Great.
Thank you.
And I think you said Herndon just because that's where Kate's daughter goes, but not just targeting Herndon.
And when we were developing the after-school program and our staff, went around and evaluated the various SAC programs and things, those were the ones that jumped out as wait list.
But I believe Dogwood has got a SAC wait list too. I mean, so we do have some
Langston
South Reston.
Hughes.
Right, there's
Every SAC program is wait list.
But point well taken. I'll make sure we have that data for you next time.
Thanks.
Okay, anything else? Okay, thank you, Larry. Thank you, Robert.
I do
Thank
owe
you,
you an
guys.
answer,
Yeah.
Ellen.
Yeah,
And
okay.
the camp program goes through September the 2nd. And then school begins
September
that
6th.
September 6th. So we
Yeah,
do
because
try
I
to
thought our
cover
school started earlier this year, or is that next year they're planning it?
That'll be next year.
Next year, okay, good.
Yay.
Thank you very much. We're ready for the, director's ready for the motion?
Wait, don't we
Okay.
have to talk about this first?
Are they two separate motions?
They were two, well, I'm not sure this was a motion. This
Right,
was
it was
just
just
what you
a
asked me to
information.
provide. But the second piece that you had before you in your packet on Lakehouse was, I made a promise to you
Right.
that I would come back with mitigating the 430. So you had gotten a preview of that a couple of Saturdays ago when we had the 2016 operational and budget work session. That's been modified slightly since the last time you saw it. At that time, we were about 74,000 shy. We have gotten, when we got our May financials, we were able to go back and add dollars to that. One of the things that we did add, and I'm very thankful that the fiscal committee took the opportunity to look through this information. One of the things that we had added in there was the possibility of the interest income, and at almost $30,000, that's reflected in kind of the lightest color toward the bottom and the remaining balance. Fiscal committee said don't count on that. The market fluctuates. So we will be going back during the course of this month to find the remaining 29. But what we have put on the table for you, at least this evening, and my guess is that you're not going to want to, I know your treasurer is going to highly recommend that you don't add that in with the 29 on the remaining balance, but before you is $400,650 of that so I promised to mitigate it, and I'm putting this before you for your vote because it does require a budget amendment.
Okay, ready for the motion or for the discussion? Yeah.
Can we? Well, we need a
Lucinda.
motion and, sorry.
You wanted to say something?
I just wanted to point out to my fellow board members that the land use assistant, the very last item in the salaries area, that was something that the committee and the board had specifically called out. And that was also something that we were hoping would bring in revenue with grants, grant writing. And I just want us to really consider foregoing that because our volunteers work really hard, and I've had a lot of people come to me lately, for example, with the Pony Barn, where they've put a lot of work and effort into a project, and they felt like they were promised something, and then it was taken away from them. And if we want to continue to have the level of community engagement that we have today, I think we really need to consider, how we treat our volunteers. And this was something that had been promised to that committee. And to board members as volunteers as well.
Thanks for pointing that out.
Can I make a comment?
Sure.
I mean, I kind of, the 430 has a cost. It's going to hit someplace, and we really need to look, something's going to suffer or something needs to be rethought, and we have to very carefully look at what these numbers mean in this far column. The land use assistant, without that means that, adding on to what Lucinda said, is that Kate and Larry are going to more night meetings. So that burden is falling on Kate and Larry, and that's further exhausting them, which means that their day job might suffer. That's my concern. And then, of course, with the accounting department, Robert says that not filling this account receivable person, that he would like to try this and use temporary work, and I'll trust him, but I have my concerns about it.
I'd like to see this come back revised. I think we could do a little better.
Could you provide direction on what that means?
Maybe looking at some other categories to reduce items in. I noticed we had a pretty high budget for refreshments. Looking at some other categories, looking at other areas to cut spending. I think that we need some of the staff. I would hate for more to suffer. I'd hate for the accounting to suffer or.
Can I just add something? So we had this.
Why don't you let her finish?
Oh, I'm
this?
done.
Yeah.
I'm done.
Yeah. Thank you.
We talked a lot about this at the fiscal committee last Monday about this very topic that now we're talking about. And I know especially Robert talked about they're hiring in temps or they're contracting out for people to do some of the work that's not getting done. So it's not that work's not going to get done. Now, I don't know about the land use. Larry's just going to have to work longer hours, I guess. I don't know. But so we talked about that. And it wasn't just, my question then was, well, are we just shuffling money from one bucket to another bucket? So we're not hiring people, but we're paying contractors. And the answer was that is all taken into account in the numbers that are presented to us. So my thought is Kate and her staff have already painstakingly gone through this exercise, and I would say to go back and try to do it again. Just, I guess I feel like she and her staff have done what they can do. They know what they're doing. I mean, they know what this means to them and their staff better than any of us possibly know. And if they're able to hire temp work, we might find that that's actually more cost effective in the long run for future years. So, in an attempt to just move this forward, I would say I have to have some trust in the fact that they've done what they can do at this point, and they're still looking for more money. So some of this money's already been realized. Hasn't been spent. So I would hate to ask to go back again and re-look at it all again when I think they've probably done all they can do at this point. I don't know.
Yes. Good point. Yeah, Mike.
Yeah, echo those comments. I think that we've been struggling with this for some time. I think that the bottom line is that we're going to probably shift some things down the road to accomplish this within the budget that we've got this year. I want to echo Lucinda's concern about the land use. We as a board have identified that as a priority, and I want to make sure that we're able to accomplish what we had hoped to accomplish even with this. And if not, then, what might we not do? I think that, in my mind, there are two big areas: the land use and engagement with the county as an effective partner on behalf of the community. The other is the look and feel of the community. And, we can really see in Reston the focused effort on clearing up the curbs and the trimming and the mowing and whatnot. And, it looks a little bit like my neighborhood now, which is great. And so with these changes, I don't want to slide back on those areas.
Julie?
I also want to address the land use assistant. I know we have some very specific things in our mind in terms of urban guidelines and understanding urban planning. I know that's been a topic that the EAC has been looking at as well. I understand that it's been difficult in some of the interviews that staff has been looking at for those particular skill sets have not yet been found. As I got some of that feedback from talking with some of the staff that hunt, if you will, for that correct candidate was still ongoing. So I don't think we ought to rush to fill it without standing by our grounds of what we needed in that skill set. I also think that there's, back to your point about grants and ways to approach some of this, I think that there's some creative things that we could do, working with local universities that have urban planning programs as part of what they do, and see whether or not we could ask for assistance as a study, or to fill in some of those gaps in a different way, internships, whatever. So yeah, so I don't think that just because we looked at this and say, well, here's a savings, and I agree completely with Sherry that we have to find a way to make up that 430, and it might not be the best idea. We have 6 months left in this year, so I got to give a little to get through it.
Right, yeah. Okay. Any other comments?
I had a question.
Yeah.
First of all, Sherry, I think that's a good observation, and I like the idea of let's look at some other ways to fill some skill gaps that we may be
Did that with
losing
the
here.
park survey.
That's right.
Yeah.
And we have a fantastic resource at George Mason, Go Patriots.
George, GW has a program, I checked.
At GW too?
That's
I got them both. So, we should try to leverage those to fill some skill gaps that we may temporarily have this year. And, maybe long-term, we can leverage it. But I did have a question on the legal section, Kate. We have the $10,000 for billings and collections, higher efficiency, internal collections. What does that mean?
I'm going to defer to Robert because this is his bailiwick. What do you plan on doing to make that more efficient and effective?
Well, basically, Ken can probably attest to this. We're sending less through to Chadwick, Washington, and that's because I think we're performing at a better efficiency rate internally. We are working with the members.
Got it. Okay, I understand.
Yeah.
I understand how you're getting it now. I just want to be sure it's real money. That's what I'm.
Yeah. So, and the other thing to keep in perspective, of that $10,000, the budget there's $260,000 in that line item. So it's only a 3.8% decrease. So.
And it's the same thing with the covenants administration piece, the $14,000 there.
Actually, covenants is doing way better.
Way better means that they're working. She's working very hard with our members to address property issues, and Jeff, you've gotten to see this at the legal committee level with less coming through because she and her team are making a concerted effort when somebody's got maintenance or upkeep issue, talking with them about it instead of just funneling them through the system.
Okay,
And
so,
being-
so the savings is
Thank you, Ann.
by us doing better, and we're not having to take further action.
Correct.
Got it, okay, I
Correct.
understand. Thank you very much.
I think Eve and then Danielle.
Yeah, I think that this is the appropriate thing to do. I mean, you hate to, I mean, it is unfortunate that the burden of a lot of this is going to fall on staff. Although I think that using temporary resources can be a great way to identify people who might later become permanent. You know, going temp to perm is a really good way to mitigate risk in hiring. So, I mean, I think we have to do this. And so I thank you, Kate, for and your staff for biting the bullet. Yeah.
I just have a request. Right now, the board members, the fiscal committee receives a monthly package with the financials. And I'm thinking that all of you should also receive an email with the financials each month. So in your free time, I know you'd love to look at it. I'd be more than happy to summarize it, but I think you guys should receive directly from treasurer.
Yeah.
I like
all the stuff.
Yeah.
That's
Thank
it.
you
With
for
your
offering.
summary.
Well, I'll send the summary after that.
Yes, no, that'd be great.
I have a comment.
Sure. Mhm.
You know, there's an old saying, never waste a crisis.
Who said that?
Okay, we won't.
And I'm trying to figure out a way to squeeze some lemonade out of this $430,000 lemon. And one of the good things that comes out of it is this whole process that people are actually looking for ways to get more efficient and to not just accept a budget item as a mandatory amount of money that we must spend and spend in this way on this particular item. I don't know how often, but I'd like to see this become more of a regular procedure, regardless of a crisis. And I'll just leave it at that. And if we can, over the course of time, scrub the numbers well enough year after year that we can squeeze out $500,000 or $1 million of savings, then it makes this $430,000 lemon an investment. That's my positive spin on this thing. And be that as it may.
Like a mid-year review.
Yes,
Like a mid-year scrub.
correct.
Yeah.
Correct. Thank you.
Call the question?
Yes, Jeff?
Call the question?
Why? You think we're all
I need to
time?
do the motion first, right?
Yeah.
Move to approve CEO's proposed amendment to the 2016 operating budget in the amount of $400,650 as a result of favorable permanent operational expense and revenue variances in the 2016 budget to mitigate the Lakehouse cost renovation overages and further direct the CEO to come back to the board on July the 28th, 2016 with June actual data identifying the remaining balance of $30,000. Do I have a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Abstentions?
I'm opposed.
Opposed? One opposed, no abstentions. Okay.
That was an awful mouthful.
Yeah, right.
Why are you opposed?
You know.
I'm thinking that way too, that's why I'm asking you.
Oh,
Um,
I just think we could do it differently. I don't know if this is the time to talk about it.
I don't think so, yeah. Okay. Perhaps you, Ray, you and Lucinda can talk about this in private. Yeah.
I'm in favor of any amendment which can reduce expenses without having a deleterious effect on service. And if that's what this does, great, I'll say I approve. I don't want to see it limited to just this event this time.
Understood. Good.
Yeah,
Okay?
well taken.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, item H, Board Governance Committee recommended process to conduct an independent review of Lakehouse budget development process. During our meeting of May the 26th, 2016, by unanimous vote, we directed the Governance Committee to develop a proposal for an independent review of the 2016 Lakehouse budgets for the board's consideration on June the 23rd, 2016. During its meeting of June 14th, 2016, the Reston Association Board Governance Committee unanimously voted to create a draft scope of work for an independent review of the Lakehouse budgets by combining components of Director Ebert's and Vice President Sanio's draft proposal to form the basis of a request for proposal to be used to solicit bids from private entities, volunteers, and/or a hybrid combination thereof. Mike, I'd like to turn the discussion over to you, as there are a variety of different motions you and the Governance Committee have put before us.
Well, thank you very much, Ellen. I just want to thank the board for having its confidence in the Board Governance Committee to consider this issue. Also want to thank Sherry for her proposal for the formation of a committee and her efforts to try to consolidate the two drafts. I'm assuming that you read the motions that are before you. I think that there's two parts to it. The first part is to approve the scope or the terms of reference. And then I think the second question is, how best ought we proceed? Either hiring an expert in construction audit or otherwise, or forming a volunteer committee of individuals within the community. Regardless what path we go, there are board resolutions that guide either the formation of the committee or how we would handle soliciting proposals. So I would propose that we start with the first question, that is a discussion around the scope of the work.
So do you want to, are we going to are we comparing and contrasting? I mean, how do you want to structure this discussion?
I would entertain a motion on...
Mike, if I could, one of the concerns I've got is that there's a little bit of a conflict between what was decided previously about having an independent review versus the motions that are made, the two different motions. My concern is the board can do whatever it wants to do, but I want to be consistent. So having independent means from the outside, not depending on another's authority. My concern is that if you're going to have independent, it's got to be from outside. You can't mix and match. You can have groups within the association coming up with the scope of what the independent audit or construction manager or whatever you're going to call it would do. I don't have any problem with participation. What I don't want to get into, though, is you having decided that there's going to be an independent and then mixing it so that any side could come back and say, well, the results really aren't independent. I don't want you to get there. Unless you've decided that's the way you want to go, then take out independent from the motion that was previously agreed to. Because I don't think...
So we'd need to go back and modify last
You can do whatever you want, but let's make sure that it's consistent. That's all I'm saying.
So number one is the board directed us to come back with a proposal, a scope for an independent review. So I don't think that there's any question about the need for an independent review. There is a question as to whether or not it be done through, and we discussed this at length in the Board Governance Committee, should we hire an expert or expert firm to conduct the work, or do we have a committee of members from the community with relevant experience to do it? And the point is that we've got a process to handle both. In both cases, the scope of work is the same. The question is, who does it? As a matter of fact, the Board Governance Committee had come up with a third possibility, and that was a hybrid, where you would have an independent review, and it would be done by a combination of both expert volunteers in the community plus hired expertise. I would propose that we separate it as it is in the board packet. First, we approve the scope of the work, and then let's consider how we're going to get the work done, either by volunteers or by experts or a
I agree
combination.
with that approach, Mike, but I'm not sure we're addressing what your concern is. I'm not sure I understood your concern.
If we just address the.
I think
We have to define what we think
I'd like to
independent,
comment
in my
on
mind,
this.
independent was independent from the board and the staff.
It's got to be independent from the organization as a whole.
Can I comment
No,
on that?
Mike,
But let's, what I'd like to do is get a motion on the table that first talks about the scope.
Before we cause about motion, I'd like to comment on what Mr. Chadwick had to say. Amen. Thank you for probably being the only person in this room who sees it exactly as I see it. Independent is independent. We have people out here jumping all over. It's going to cost us $50, $100, $200,000. They haven't even checked what it's really going to cost. We don't really know. But if you want an independent answer, if you want something that can be trusted at this table, out in the room, out in the community, across all borders, you'd better have an independent. It can't be members say this and or a staff person can get in through this back door there. It cannot be. I think that that's what you're saying, and that's what I'm saying. Now, I've done a little bit of work on who does this kind of work, and like I mentioned at the governance committee meeting, Booz Allen Hamilton is a highly respected, large international firm that have things like this happen in their company frequently. The person, the firm that they use to investigate and to get it away from the employees and away from everybody else, totally independent, they know exactly how to conduct this type of survey. There's probably dozens more like them. I don't know what they cost. I haven't contacted them because it's not marketed at this time. But the person's name is Sandy Sagar, Sagar and Rosenberg, PC, 1 Church Street, Suite 204, Rockville, Maryland, 20850. Before we do anything, we should at least investigate this plus others to talk about, here's the information for the record, by the way, on if we really want independent investigation that everybody is going to be comfortable with. The results will be accurate, unbiased, professional, by people who know what they're doing. I think Ken's right. We have to go in that direction. And I don't know what it's going to cost. But as much money as we've proposed and blown on everything else, and as much uncertainty is in the air and will consistently stay in the air if we don't do this, I'm willing to spend the money on this.
Okay, so let's.
Can I just make one point of clarification? I'm not telling you what to do. I am
But you're
simply
a
saying,
professional giving a recommendation. I appreciate that.
what I'm saying is, you said from your previous meeting on the 26th, independent review. Independent review means outside.
And I take it literally just like
Now,
you.
if you want to deal with it, otherwise, then go back and undo what you did previously. Take the independent out and say you're going to have it in-house. But it's not an independent if you're going to use in-house folks.
No question about it.
That's my.
And these people can call me idiots in the local press all they want tomorrow morning. I could care less. What you just said is true.
I think that there's agreement that it's independent. Independent as the way you've further described it, Ken, as the way you've described it as well. Jeff?
Ray, as much as it may surprise you, I'm 100% in your camp.
Okay, so can I Can we?
I do want to provide one clarification, though.
Thank you.
I think if we're going to do a review, I think it absolutely has to be independent. We ought to bring somebody in who knows what they're doing and get it done right, so we can get this cleared up. I'm not sure that I'm not sure the value of the review. I think we have a pretty good idea of where things broke down. And probably, I have some ideas anyway about what the fixes might need to be. But barring that, if the will of the board is say, hey, we need to get a review done, it definitely needs to be independent and outside, without a doubt. It has to be. That's all. So go Ray.
Go Ray.
Good church help.
So can we have a motion on the scope? And I would propose motion 1A. You've read it, I'm assuming. So if we get at least a second for that motion, we can discuss it. Jeff seconds it. If you look at 1A and 1B, I think that the difference really is to what degree materials are made available. In 1A, the blue, the review will include all materials shared with the RA board and the public related to the Tetra Lakehouse and may include interviews with all RA staff, board members, committee members, and others. So, what materials were made available to the public and the board in order to make the decisions around Tetra Lakehouse. And as we discussed in the Board Governance Committee, it goes back to when the referendum was struck right up until today.
I just have a clarifying question. So the only difference between the two motions is that in blue. And so the first one would only look at what was given to the public and the board, but the second one would look at internal records and documents.
Correct.
Right? Okay, thanks.
Or perhaps notes that you may have taken at a board meeting if you asked to provide those.
And for the record, you should probably read the entire motion just so everybody is aware.
Just to be
I
on.
can read the entire motion.
Really, like all?
Okay,
Half a
excuse
page?
me, this will
Okay.
take 5 minutes, but bear with me, I'll read quickly. Review the processes, internal controls that were followed across the Reston Association organization, from the Reston Association staff to the RA Board of Directors to RA contractors in handling all decision-making, governance, administrative, and financial aspects of RA's purchase, including the referendum, planned use, and renovation of Tetra, now known as the Lakehouse property, that have led to cost overruns and revenue shortfalls. The review will include all materials shared with the RA board and the public related to the Tetra Lakehouse and may include interviews with RA staff, board members, committee members, and others. The final report will include, at a minimum, all findings resulting from 1, reviewing the accuracy and adequacy of the budgets and other information provided in the referendum by the RA and its members and the board, as well as the process utilized to prepare those documents. 2, reviewing the steps taken for the acquisition, repair, remodeling of the Lakehouse to ensure appropriate decision-making, financial, budgeting, accounting, and project management controls were followed. And finally, number 3, will make recommendations for revising RA's processes and internal controls required to ensure future acquisition and construction projects and their budgets are accurate and conform to best practice standards.
So we need a second on that?
And I got a second from Jeff. So, discussion. Julie.
Yes. I'm sorry to bring in motion 1B into my discussion, but I feel I must. Because I see the difference between 1A and 1B having not only, and I am in favor of the independent element, a difference in cost and extensive scope. And what I guess it would be a friendly amendment I'm not sure if this is the appropriate time for this, but we can do discussion and then we can come back. But what I see missing in my mind is motion 1A doesn't get to the point for me of providing an avenue for the review, the independent, and I'll call it audit, because I'm not really sure what we would call this, consultant management, to have access to those materials that they deem necessary to their analyses. And I'm concerned that the review in 1A only being materials shared with the board and the public may not provide the depth that they need. However, I do not, we're not a government, 1B, by saying review of any and all documents, notes, emails, logs, to me takes it perhaps to a degree and level that I don't think is necessary for what we're after in terms of improvement in our processes and procedures and finding where those gaps were that led us to not having all the information and led us to perhaps the cost overruns. I mean, it may be such that a recommendation may come back saying, you know, you guys, when you step up to construction, engineering-based kind of projects, you should think in terms of bringing in an external organization that has that skill and not rely on yourself. I mean, that's, I'm kind of second guessing, but in my mind, having the graduate education that I've got between and landscape work, some of this I feel I could probably do myself as a MBA student, but I do think the independentness of it is critical, but that I want the scope to be appropriately done, and I feel 1A doesn't quite get me there.
I hear your, and I saw the two motions essentially in the same way.
Like something in the middle.
And so, you know, something like, you know, materials deemed necessary by the audit firm or something equivalent added to motion.
Because as they do those interviews and
Yes.
the discussions, they may find,
Yes.
oh, I need this piece of data, I need that piece of data, and it may be an email.
Do you even need that line in there?
Which line?
The whole line.
The whole blue line?
Yeah, like why do you have to limit what they're going to look at? Like why don't you just let them look at stuff? Why do
Well,
you?
B doesn't limit it. B doesn't limit it.
Right, but A certainly does, and I don't understand why you even need to like discuss what they're going to look at. You know, obviously we're going to let them look at everything so they can get an answer.
Yeah.
Like, do you have to have the line in there at all?
Well, I think it's absolutely necessary to have, you know, from a board perspective, and as a member of the board, I would like that body to look at everything that I saw so that I'm reassured that what I was seeing was produced in an appropriate manner.
So you would expect that
It is
the firm would look at the materials we
Absolutely.
received and look at the detail that created the form, that was
But you
the
don't want them to look
formation.
at what the staff was working on.
Wait, but you have
No,
to
Mike's
look at
saying
the
he
under.
doesn't
But that's
want
not what
them
he's
to-
saying.
That's not
You just
what
get to,
1A says.
if you went with A, the auditor just gets to see what we saw, what you saw as a board, not what made up the thing you saw.
Let me get Danielle and then I'll go to Sherry.
I agree with Julie's comment. I like all materials deemed necessary. The way I read B, it seems like it almost requires them to look at every single email or every log. And you might just say, Tetra, meet you at Tetra for, you know, and so they'd have to review all that. It seems like a lot of resources, but it does seem like you don't want to limit, and you do want to say deemed necessary, and you do want to say they will look at these materials, and they will interview staff as they seem necessary.
Yeah.
So that's why I like a friendly amendment adding deemed necessary to 1A. But let's keep going.
I'll buy up on that. It turns out.
Maybe to 1B,
Sorry,
Danielle.
To 1A.
1A.
We do Sherry and then
Things
Eve.
that are in
The
the
only
public
motion on the
as
table
deemed
is
necessary.
1A.
No.
No.
And other materials deemed necessary to the audit firm, is what I
But
captured.
who
from
deems that
Julie.
necessary?
Audit.
The audit firm.
Oh.
Independent.
Independent audit firm.
So it wouldn't limit it to just things we've seen, it's just things that they're like, wow, I
They
want to
say
follow
they
this
need to-
trail.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes,
Right.
absolutely. So given that I put forward the motion, Jeff seconded, I accept the friendly amendment.
You ought to have it in a little bit more black and white.
Yeah.
We've got competing ones going here.
Yes.
I was going to suggest the review will include all materials and documents deemed necessary
Yes.
by, or which were shared with the RA board, staff, members, committee, and others.
Deemed necessary to the analysis.
Could you read my friendly amendment?
The review will include
It's her friendly.
all materials and documents deemed necessary by the consultant, or which were shared with, where do we go?
And word.
And/or.
And.
It should be and/or, it can't be just and.
Yeah.
And/or the RA, shared with the RA board and the public related to Tetra Lake. That would be my suggestion.
Can I make a comment?
I got first Sherry, and then I've got Eve, and then I'll get Ray. Sherry, anything further?
But you would continue on with, and may include interviews with, so all those people are part of the scope.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. I'm fine with adding the words deemed necessary. I don't want the perception that we're limiting it any way. I agree that the email server doesn't need to be opened up to the audit firm, and every email that says Tetra on it needs to be looked at, but could be looked at if they deemed it necessary.
If they found it.
That's why we hire someone who has those skills.
Anything further, Sherry? No?
Not about the scope.
Eve?
Yeah, I think it's really important that, that we not in any way not make anything available to an independent
Absolutely.
party. I do think that, though, as you look at the scope of this, that it is going to take a professional. I mean, I just don't see this being something that can effectively be done by a volunteer group. It's very difficult to imagine logistically how you would make such a thing happen, because you can't, if you were going to do a full-scale audit and with a firm that brought in, technical resources to look at servers and that's one thing, but you can't have Bill from down the street do that. That just doesn't make logical sense, that is exposing the community, the membership, the association to all kinds of stuff. Now, I think that it would be great to have a volunteer body interview and help select an auditor or to participate.
Be part of the
we
evaluation committee?
can distance ourselves completely from this and
Or recommend to the board.
or make a recommendation to the board, whatever.
Be on the selection committee?
Exactly. I think that there's
Government
all kinds of
influence.
ways to include the community, but yeah. So I think that we have. I don't think we have anything. I know based on the data certainly that I reviewed, there was nothing to be concerned about. I do think, though, that the scope, Mike, that I don't see captured here is which question exactly is it that we're trying to answer? Is it that there was, is there a feeling? As there is in some parts of the community that there was. A deliberate attempt to mislead the public to vote a certain way, versus there was a really bad estimate on what it was going to cost to get the building where we wanted it to get, where we wanted it to be. So I think that those are two very different questions. I mean, one is really kind of looking for a smoking gun, and one is looking for a process improvement, exactly. So.
Keith, anything further?
No.
Ray?
Yeah, in answer to the question, are we looking for a smoking gun or are we looking for improvements? The answer is yes. Let me try to get some input from Ken on this because we seem to be on a roll, and it's not every day that I'm on a roll with a lawyer.
Or
any friendly lawyer.
Yeah, exactly.
This is Ken.
Yeah. I think it's really important, and I think we're kind of getting there, that this is not just about a cost overrun. Because even $1 should never have been put out anyway. It was an unauthorized, there wasn't no budget item for it. But that's just the basic point. This independent review, investigation, whatever you want to call it, is going from before this referendum was even proposed to the board. There were things that happened that the embryonic stage of this was even before that. How did it come about? Who put together the estimates? What was the motivation behind that? Executive sessions that before I was here that happened to get this referendum even alive and out there in the first place. I mean, that's only the beginning of it. If we don't get back to the very beginning of it and walk through, this thing doesn't have any validity anyway.
I think it's safe.
Excuse me. And then the people are concerned about the vote. And what happened to possibly manipulate the vote one way or the other? Or did it happen that way? But unless we get an independent investigator who knows what they're doing, let's just let them do what they consider necessary to do to get us an accurate answer to that question. For us to limit it that you should do this, 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 and this is crazy. None of us know that. Let the pros get the general outline of what happened, what we're looking for, the general picture, and let them go to work and do it, get the answers to this stuff, and then from how this became a $430,000 overrun is not even the biggest issue to me. The fact that even $1 was authorized, that's a big issue to me. So if there is a smoking gun, I don't know if there is or not, yeah, I want to know about it. And I want to know whose hands have the gun. There may be more than one gun here. And do we want to use this process to figure out how to run these referendums and other things better going forward? Of course we do. That's also fundamental in this whole thing. But whoever is going to do this investigation needs to get back to, who knows, 2014 may be the date, where this thing was in its first stage, still in the egg, and percolating to become a referendum, to convince the board that we need to get behind this, to get the vote out and convince the voters that they needed to vote for it, to somehow becoming this huge expenditure, something that none of us envisioned, to where we are now. I mean, it's all important. If we chop out any of it, it's not a good investigation. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. Or Jeff. Thank you, Ray.
That's a
The
compliment.
other Jeff. I've got Julie, and then I've got Eve. Julie?
Okay, Ray, when I read the current motion, it says, in handling all decision-making, governance, administrative, and financial aspects of RA's purchase, including the referendum, planned use, and renovation of Tetra that have led to the cost overruns and revenue shortfalls. So my question back to you is, how would you change the motion to capture what you feel is missing? Because I feel, when I read that, we've addressed the process from when it began as, hey, I'd like to sell this property. Is RA interested? Which
That's
I
why
guess
I'm
happened
addressing
in
Ken.
20, God, I'm confused on my years. 2014, 2015, I mean, when I was running for election, it was germinating, and that was early 2015. So I'm comfortable that I'm not missing a piece here.
I want to be comfortable, that's my point. Ken, how do we word this to make sure that what Julie is saying actually happens?
But Julie just read what's on the
I
motion.
read the motion.
But this could be an adjustment to the motion, and I'd like my legal
So
expert
the
to tell me.
basic question to Ken is, do we need to make further
Yeah,
adjustment
exactly.
to?
You could say something about leading up to RA's purchase or something to that effect, if that's what you're looking for.
Well, we say handling all decision-making.
I
Isn't leading up to part of the
I
decision-making
would-
process?
Yeah, I think it's pretty well worded the way it is, but if there's a concern, you could add something like leading up to.
Is everybody at this table in agreement with what I'm saying and comfortable with what I'm saying is incorporated in this?
I don't want to go back to what, 2000 or something. I just want to deal with the opportunity that came before us in
2014 probably percolated.
late 2014,
that
early
gets there.
2015.
Yeah.
I mean, that's where I see as the scope, because otherwise,
That's more than
we'll be
likely true.
spending
I'm not saying
forever
that's-
and lots of dollars.
Whatever that first stage was from then forward.
So what I'm hearing
I think
from
it gets
Ken
there.
is, yes, it
Because it
addresses
has to
that.
do with RA's purchase of the property. So anything leading up to the purchase is also
Can
included.
you massage this in your words to how you would have it?
I think
Would you accept these words as your own?
it does what you want it to do.
Yeah.
As it stands.
1B.
1A,
1A.
the part in
1A.
red, which is the same whether it's 1A or 1B.
Okay, so I've got a comment from Eve, and then I'd like to ask our president if she has any
I think
comments.
all the comments that I could ever make have been made. Thank you.
And I actually, I think I have no comment.
Yeah.
at
I
this
just
point.
have one, is that this is Julie's friendly amendment. Just,
Amendment.
that's it.
With Julie's friendly amendments.
However Sabrina records this.
That's the motion that's currently on the table.
Okay, so can I call the question, please?
Yes, please.
All in favor with the amended
Can you read
motion
it?
Can you read
1A?
at least the
blue part?
I'm going to let Sabrina read it this time
Or
because
do you want me to
she-
do it?
Do we have the same thing?
That's the question.
I'm
I'm going to read
hoping
you what
you do.
I've got.
I thought we had an
How about that?
adjustment to
Okay.
it.
So just the blue. The review
Please.
will include all materials and documents deemed necessary by the consultant and/or shared with the RA board and the public related to the Tetra Lakehouse and may include interviews with staff, board members, committee members, and others.
That's what I got.
Okay.
All right, so can I call the question?
That's right.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstaining? It's unanimous. Thank you. I just want to commend this board on a very effective discussion on a very complex and important issue.
Now the
So
how.
thank you.
Now the how.
Now the question is, how do we do it? The next motions you see here talk about do we hire an expert consultant or firm or otherwise, or do we create a volunteer committee? Julie.
I request that we take a very short break between these two topics for
Bio break.
bio
Do I get a second to that
I
motion?
second.
Maybe
All in
take,
favor?
a breath.
Aye. All in favor, right?
Oh, yes.
All right.
10 minutes?
So without objection.
Without objection.
Five.
Five.
5 minutes?
Thank you.
5.
Very good.
Thank you.
So at 9:25, according to the clock.
Sounds good.
So we'll get started again, and we're considering, why don't I read out motion 2A, and I'll get a second, and then we'll have a discussion. So motion 2A, establish an independent Lakehouse task force of 5 people, no RA staff, board, or committee members, to execute the above scope. The task force will be selected based on qualifications in the areas of accounting, audit, law, construction, project management, governance, internal controls. Membership on the task force may include non-RA members, a hybrid approach. So do I get a second to that motion?
Second.
Okay, so we're open for discussion. Jeff, why don't I start with you, and then we'll just go around the table.
Okay, I think we should be pursuing an independent outside group of professionals to conduct this board. So I'll be looking for the other option.
Is that motion 2B? Is that the independent?
Lucinda? Sorry,
I kind of want to talk about both of them together because I think they're kind of related. Also, like, I don't see how, like, if it's going to be independent, I think that it has to be selected by somebody outside from the RA. So I don't see how 2B can do that if the RA's selecting and reviewing the proposals and everything. And I'm kind of thinking we could maybe combine the two and have the independent Lakehouse task force solicit the proposals and then make the selection on behalf of the board. Because, and I think that would be more towards the definition of independent. I'm sorry, it's not structured
No, that's
very
okay.
well, but I mean, it seems to make sense that, I mean, you can't really, like, number 2B, you can't, like, have it be independent if we're selecting and hiring and, you know, managing them, right?
related comment? Go ahead, Jeff.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying, Lucinda, but I think we need to look at it in the context of similar to how we just had our financial audits presented. And, you know, we contract out for that professional service, and we're accepting their findings based on their expert review. But we're the ones who selected the firm. But we still have them do their professional audit. They have standards they have to abide to. And so I don't necessarily see that same issue in terms of we're going to contract out for a professional firm to come in and do an independent review. And they're not beholden to us for anything else other than deliver our products. So that's kind of my opinion. I kind of look at it in the same idea. And plus, the RA board can't abdicate its responsibility of issuing contracts.
Can you add, Jeff, what you think this would cost and what the board should allocate for something like this? Because that weighs heavily on my mind.
Yeah, I think something like this, probably in the range of $20,000
Never going to happen.
would be a ceiling.
You saw the scope, right?
Yeah.
It's huge. Never going to happen for 20,000. Maybe.
It will, I think.
Okay, so why don't we,
Anyway,
I would just like everybody to maybe say what they think their dollar figure in their mind is on what we're willing as an association to pay for something like this.
We don't know.
so let's, what we'll do is we'll just go around the table, and then we'll go around for a second round of comments. So, Julie?
Are we done?
Lucinda, you're finished, or anything further?
Yeah, I'm done.
Okay.
Okay, so first I'll answer the dollar piece. Well, not first, I'm going to weave it into a number of comments. Eve mentioned in the discussion on the first motion about in this, well, I'm getting all confused. My experience with government procurement activities, we have the scope, we voted on the scope already. Now the question is, how do you acquire that? So typically, and I know, Jeff, with your acquisition background, the organization has a budget or a number that they think that they can accomplish this in for this scope. You create a selection committee as part of the analysis, and you can also, as part of your execution of that contract, also designate contractors, technically, I think of it as a contract officer's representative that coordinates their activity for the government, for the purchasing organization. So I'm thinking about our desire to involve those in our community who have certainly a lot of these skills as part of that, perhaps as part of the selection committee, and also to help be that contracting officer's rep. I know this kind of hybrid, I'm talking, kind of off the fly, but I think it might be that hybrid that allows for our community and our residents with some skills and their interest in making sure that the intent of this activity, which is, again, to look for our gaps, find our ways for process improvement, procedure improvements, recommendations on best practices, to support that. And so that's where I'm thinking. You can always attach a limit to how many dollars you wish to spend. You may find in putting out that procurement that nobody thinks they can do it for that amount, and then you need to look at some adjustment on this scope. That's kind of where I'm thinking.
Okay. Eve?
Well, I think it needs to be independent, and I think that that we are going to run into the problem that we have, which is we either hire them like an auditor, or in which case the board does the hiring, or we create a task force that the board empowers to go out and do solicitation and make a recommendation to the board. But the task force can only be formed and can only be created through the damn documents that we have. And that those documents say that you have to go through the process, and so the process is you've got to get interviewed and you've got to do this and that. That's the way the process works. And so, so if that's feels independent enough, then I guess that that's probably where I would come out, would be to say, okay, create a task force, let them participate in the in identifying and hiring, or I'm sorry, recommending. I saw Mr. Chadwick flinch, because a task force can't hire, and actually we. So to come back and make a recommendation to the board based on what they find, and that and then in terms of the money, I think that that's to be understood. I think that firm would have to say, no, we can't do this for less than X, or we let that firm come back to us and say, we can't do that, but we could do this, or we can't, there will be more information that will come as a result of having this task force work that process.
I'm leaning toward a total professional independent firm. And I realize that there's going to be some cost incurred with such a firm. We also have our procurement department, and I think we could possibly have a task force, some of the members of our community working with the procurement department in the selection. I'm estimating, and I'm probably wrong, Sherry, I'm talking $20,000 or $30,000. And I think it's going to be well worth the money invested not only for this project, but also future projects.
Danielle?
Well, first of all, I just want to thank Kate for putting all the other projects on hold. I think that's excellent. We're saying time out, everyone on hold. Let's figure out how we can do this better. So thank you very much for doing that. I lean towards, as I said, I came to the governance committee and said, we don't know what we don't know. And I think there's firms out there who can very quickly come in and do a construction audit, or I'm not sure the phrase that I want to use, but be able to go through the documents, see where we fell down, figure out best industry practices, because that's what they do day in and day out. That said, I feel that a task force made up of community members that is interviewed and appointed by BOC, or interviewed by BOC, approved by the board, I feel that they could do an awful lot of the preliminary work. I feel they could identify a lot of the issues. They know a lot of the concerns. So I lean towards a hybrid of the community member task force who is going to work to select an audit firm. I don't think we're going to be paying $200,000 for something like this. I just don't. Right.
Right.
Thank you. A lot of good comments. An unusual night for me. I'm agreeing with a lot of people who I normally don't agree with on too many things.
It's only round one.
Yeah, just
It's
give
still
me,
early.
Yeah,
It's not
exactly.
past 10
Not that early.
It feels good though, Ray.
We
You
all know
like
how
it.
I feel about the, thank you, with the independent contractor. I'm in agreement with what Ellen and Jeff are saying here. As far as evaluating proposals, determining who it is that's going to be this contractor, we do have a formal RFP process here, which is sound, and the board can't abrogate its responsibility. You know, this whole idea of a hybrid and all that is just going to potentially be a Pandora's box. It's going to potentially open up all kinds of cans of worms. Everybody's got an opinion. Everybody thinks they're right. You're going to be hearing from a whole bunch of people with a whole bunch of different angles. We're going to end up nowhere, and nobody's going to be happy with the result. At some point, you got to say the buck stops here. And an independent person using the RFP process, you'd have member input about what should be in the RFP for sure, but at some point, we've got to get it out there. We've got to get the people in here who can investigate it that everybody's going to feel comfortable with. As far as the initial evaluation of contractors and the proposals that come in, I'm real comfortable that we have people on the board governance committee who are certainly not going to be giving in just because there's people on the board, and we have people that are not going to just give in just because members are putting pressure on them. I think that's our best shot, to just take it with the board governance committee. We come up with it. All the deliberations are in public. Nobody's hiding anything, excuse me. And we push it up to the full board the way we're supposed to with a recommendation. And I mean, at some point, we've got to say, this is what we're going to do, and be clear about it. You know, enough of what the patch or Reston now says. I mean, who cares? We're going to have to listen to certain members on input to this. Obviously, we already have been.
Right.
That's where a lot of my comments come from. And I think we should continue to do that, just as a board, and continue to communicate and have a much more circular flow rather than a hierarchy. And you all know I believe all of that. And I agree with Ellen that it's going to be well worth the money invested. The contractors will tell us how much it's going to cost. And we can even structure it. What are we going to get for $25,000? What would we get for $50,000? How deep will it go at these particular levels? And then we can choose from there. How deep do we want to go? And as far as what somebody charges per hour, it's like when you're hiring a divorce lawyer, sometimes you're better off with the $500 an hour person. They'll do a better job in 1/5 the time it's actually costing you less. We don't know. The most expensive guy may not be the most, per hour may not be the most expensive guy anyway. We don't know this. That's what the RFP is all about. That's what interviewing the contractors who are proposing is all about. And as far as who does it, hey, I'm happy with any of the people out here giving me recommendations, tell me what to look out for, but at some point, somebody's got to make the decision. And I'm open to suggestions, but my suggestion is we kick that decision to the Board Governance Committee.
So Danielle's got a question, I believe, on your comments, so.
Actually, to Kate, how much have we paid Board Source for this ethics? I mean, that might be a good gauge of.
Well, so you've got two different groups. You've got Board Source and you've got
Quantum.
Quantum.
Like it can. That's a stupid
Yeah, I don't
question.
think that's gonna be necessarily a.
It's not a good, it really, it's kind of different work.
It's much different work. It's much different work, but just.
Also, basically an order of magnitude is what you're.
I'm looking for order of magnitude, yeah.
The result of all this is every proposal is telling us you're not going to get anything worthwhile unless you spend $250,000 or something. We can rethink the issue. We don't have to have a decision on this month.
Right. Yep.
But we don't know what we don't know, as you said, and the only way to find out is to get it out there and get it out there the right way. Okay.
Thank you,
I'm
Ray.
done.
Sherry.
Forgive me, let me go back to, what did it cost to do the annual audit?
Yeah,
Because that's a better
that's a
comparison
number.
with BDO, I can't remember.
Even that's not good scale for this.
So I think it's about $55,000.
Okay.
And just
55,000.
thinking about, and I'll pull up my calculator. Some of you know I do have a consulting background as well as an investigative background. So what I was looking at is something in the region of 2 people times by 4 weeks. So 2 people times by 4 weeks times by 40 hours, 320 hours, times by, depending on the rate, about 250, it gets you about $80,000. So how I get to 4 weeks, basically 1 week for gathering information, gathering documents, gathering emails, 2 weeks to basically investigate or do what you need to do, and 1 week to like summarize and conclude.
So probably, we're not gonna get 250,000.
I don't think so.
$250.
Well, it depends. I've worked at when I was at Deloitte doing consulting work. It was a
64,000.
Can we not overtalk? Go ahead, Robert. I'm sorry. When you were at Deloitte?
okay. So when I was at Deloitte, you have ranges of charge out per hour depending on your level, manager, senior manager, partner, and that ranges all the way up to $600 an hour. When I was a manager, I was being charged out at $690 an hour for investigative work. So it can get expensive, but you don't have to go for a top tier Big Four firm. You can go somewhere else, and you're going to get anything between $200 to $300 an hour in that region. So.
And those are oftentimes they're blended rates, so between
Yes,
the
yes,
skill
blended
set
rates,
that you're
yeah.
bringing in on a professional services contract.
So that's my estimate, probably about 80,000 in that region. 4 weeks, 2 people, 40-hour weeks,
At what hourly rate? 250?
about 250. What were you thinking? What did
Or
you?
I think it's closer to 3 in this area for their junior people.
300
$300 an hour
potentially.
per person. So you're looking at close to $100,000.
Yeah, oh, not too far off.
Okay, so it's going to be, it's not going to be 10,000, could be 80,000.
Could be 100,000.
Very-
So it's my turn. It's my turn.
Let the contractors tell us.
The contractors.
Thank you, Robert.
Okay.
Thank you, Robert.
Thank you, Robert.
Thanks, Robert.
Okay, so you guys know kind of where I am on this. I think when you have the skill set in the community, the very people that we're going to hire, the very Booz Allen or these other people with these contracting, in these contracting firms, you may well get the same people that live in Reston on the contract. You may well get the same people because, as somebody said at our governance committee, you can't hardly throw a stone and not find a project manager, an auditor, a lawyer in the Reston community. So I have a hard time trying to think about, we're asking Kate to find all this money. She's cutting positions. She's doing all these things to find money for us to pay for Lakehouse. And we can sit here and say, It's going to be okay if we spend $20,000, $50,000, $100,000 on a project. The words that scare me the most around the table, and almost everybody said it, well, then we'd have to look at adjusting scope. We just agreed what the scope was. That's my fear with going out to a contract and putting that kind of dollar limit on it, is your only choice, if you only say we're going to spend $20,000, is to change the scope. That's the only choice you have. And we just agreed, for the community's sake, what the community and we as a board want, we just agreed on that scope. And it went from pre-purchase to today. If that can get done in 4 weeks, great. It's still going to cost you $80,000 to $100,000. I think we can all agree to that. If it goes over that, what do we say? We're going to put more money towards it? Or, oh, community, we're not going to do the whole scope. That's not going to bode well. It's just not. I think we all know that. So I think if we want to go the RFP route, we can do that. I would say that we need to know what our dollar figure is, and the dollar figure has to include the entire scope of the project. We can't adjust scope. Almost every person that we ran around the table said, we'll just have to adjust scope. Absolutely not. You cannot do that. You can't do it. So when you have a community of people that are saying, I'll do it, I'll be a part of it, we're looking for 5 people, I don't know how you don't use your community resources. These are the very people paying the assessments that we're going to spend to hire the very skills that they're offering to give us for free. It just boggles my mind how we can be okay with that. That's my 2 cents for round 1. I might come back.
You might come back.
I actually would like to. So my concern is that first of all, then it leaves the board in the position of having to assess qualifications. It leaves the board in the position of having to I mean, we are then, once again, we're creating a committee that the board is approving, so it's not, I think that we will continue to be open to the accusation of not having formed an independent group. We will have some people who will want to be on the committee who will not have any qualifications, but, that they really are determined or, want to. I mean, I've gotten a couple of emails already from people who I wouldn't imagine were qualified. I mean, good, nice people, but no particular skills in any audit functions or investigative functions or anything like that. And so I think that that is going to be a real challenge on how to assess the capabilities and form a group that has the skills for the we don't know what we don't know. I just see that as being super problematic. So that's my concern.
Round 2.
Julie, round 2.
I'm sorry.
I'm not going to do it random this time,
Oh, I'm
but
sorry.
each
Go ahead.
individual. Julie?
I don't think I said about that I was in favor of adjusting scope. I believe I said we'd already determined what the scope was.
You actually used the words adjusting the scope. I wrote it down. Just saying. You weren't the only one.
I was using a hypothetical on what procurement acquisitions can do, but I was not suggesting that we,
Okay,
the RA
good.
board, suggest adjusting scope. So I wanted to clarify that. We don't know who might respond to a bid, to a procurement acquisition activity. It's entirely possible that one of our Reston corporate partners might choose to respond and perhaps do something pro bono. We might have a response made up by a team of community members who have chosen to put in a response. We may have a company in Reston that this is the type of work that they have experience in that might choose to put in a bid at a reduced fee because they are community corporate, citizens, if you will. So I don't think that we should second guess. I think the number that Robert gave us of 80,000 is probably a relatively good number to work from, but I also think that it's possible that it could be less. I think that there's, I'm not sure where, this is a clarification question for me, Kate. I'm not sure where the procurement, acquisition, contracting role falls within your staff. Is that under Robert?
We have a policy in place for purchasing that we follow, so that, in fact, it's on your placemat. It is, just so you know, it is
just
on
made this so
assessment.
you could say that.
Well, on assessment, and it's assessment and finance resolution 7, purchasing and procurement.
Okay.
So we
I'll
follow that, but I'm going to give you an example of what we did with the auditor. Is fiscal committee came up with what it was looking for. Fiscal committee determined about how many bids it wanted to receive. Robert brought to the table of the firms that he recommended. Fiscal committee added a couple. We sent out a request for proposals from those groups. Some responded, some didn't. Criteria was used to down select. That the committee used that criteria to down select. Then the committee said we want to interview each of the 3. Was it 3 that we had? I think at the time 3 or 4. 2, maybe 2 ended up interviewing. I can't remember off the top of my head.
Was it the fiscal committee?
Fiscal committee did that, and then based on the interview, they made a selection recommendation to the board of directors. That's how. I mean, that for what you're talking about, that would be the process that I would not necessarily. I mean, I'm just that's the process, a standard process that we'd use. Independent group that help with that.
Following up on that, there may be merit in, as we would develop that acquisition document, that we might wish to ask for, say, a community, a respected community organization's involvement. Perhaps it's Reston Citizens Association or something in that form to give some additional input to creation of that acquisition document. Just a thought there. I also needed a clarification. Ray, you made some comments in terms of the governance committee's role in this activity, and
The board of directors role.
okay, you specifically had said governance committee, so I wanted.
I suggested that we start there and kick it to the full board. But one way or the other, it's the full board responsibility. That I'm saying we can't abrogate that. I may be wrong, but that's what I'm saying.
No, I agree. I just wasn't sure what you meant by having the governance committee, because I didn't think governance committee necessarily reviewed contracts or proposed awards prior to it coming before the board for approval.
It could be, the board could direct the governance committee to, receive the proposals.
Evaluate and make a recommendation.
Evaluate, just like fiscal makes a recommendation
Correct.
to the board for the audit selection. So in that role, I could see that, because we did ask the governance committee to come back with a proposal, so in my mind, it might make sense that the governance committee would, what were the words you used? Review and evaluate, and then present to the board for final. That makes sense to me. So there's comments.
Okay, Julie, thank you. Lucinda?
Can you come back to me?
Absolutely, I can.
You haven't heard from you?
No, as a chair, I'm going to be relatively silent until I hear everybody. And then, Danielle, anything further?
No further.
No? Jeff?
I kind of like that, keeping this as normal course of business for us. I mean, I know this is a very important to members of the community, but we ought to be conducting ourselves as we conduct our normal course of business. And with this here, it seems logical that we would task the governance committee, as Ray, you and I are on a roll tonight, So we passed
Lightning
the
is going to
governance
strike. I
committee.
need to back up. Lightning is coming down.
With managing the solicitation, evaluation, and recommendation process, and the full board will come in and make approval of a vendor. Yeah.
Recommended action.
And that seems to make sense. I mean, normal course of business, guys. This is normal business for us. It should be.
Eve?
I just want to, I think, Jeff, you know, I totally respect your opinion, but I think that, you know, for members of the community that don't feel like the normal course of business has been taking place, we really need to be responsive to that. And so, I mean, I am 100% confident about what the end result will be. But I do think we need to be responsive to the community.
I think you were saying not.
Because I hear what you're saying, and I'm willing to concede that, and I think it's important. You know, the board operation committee, when they're going through and doing this, they can get input from the community.
Right.
So their meetings
So
are
that's
open.
true.
Members of the
Absolutely
community
true.
can come and
Yes.
provide their 2 cents.
I mean,
provide their expert opinion on if they know of the firms and say, oh, these guys are horrible, or these guys are great. I think there's opportunity for input from
You
the
meant
community
the board
still.
governance committee, not the board operations
Correct.
committee.
Right,
You said board
yeah, governance, right, yeah.
I think we need to go the extra mile to engage the community.
In what fashion? I'm not
In
clear.
the selection process, I think that we need to make them feel that they
So
have.
back to that idea of having them as part of the acquisitions effort and selection.
I think that that makes, at a minimum, the most sense. To me, it does. It makes the most sense because I think that you will never get acceptance of results if they haven't
Been
have been a part of the process. And I think that that's just really important. I mean, I don't expect people to ever be happy about the results or ever be, you know, I mean, there's a contingent of the community that will never, that, you know, they're not happy that we bought the property. They're never going to be happy about and I think we have to accept that. But it doesn't. We do need to make sure that that in the exploration of what went wrong on this project, that they were fully heard, fully incorporated into the process, or, you know, so that at the end of the day they can say, okay, I'm still not happy, but I can see that there was no wrongdoing, or I still don't like them, but I can see that there was no deliberate whatever. You know, I mean, I think that that's really important.
So Eve, how does that look? I mean, how does that work in what you're suggesting? How does that look?
It looks like they help with, they help identify and participate in the selection process and maybe in the interaction process. You know, I mean, you know.
How do we select the they?
That's I already stated the challenge with selecting the they, you know. So, I mean, we only have one way to select a they. We have 2 things that we can do. We can hire, we can, you know, ask Kate to hire a firm, or we can form a committee that goes through a vetting process. And so we would have to have interested members of the committee submit applications. They would have to be vetted, I mean, and they would have to be interviewed by the board operating committee, and then they would be recommended by the board, just like every other committee. I mean, we really, our governing documents limit that, our authority there, or bound our authority quite clearly.
And that group would be the one that would be the selector, the selection committee.
Recommender. They can only be recommenders, you know, and so, yeah. I'm sorry.
Okay, let me go to Danielle, and then I'll go to Lucinda.
I think another point to Eve's, which is kind of, I'm looking at the hybrid. I think it's certainly easy to write the check and have somebody, it's a lot easier. Because I think having a task force be a selector is going to add another layer. And you might even have double interviews with the staff, double work happening. But they will lay a very good groundwork. So hopefully they would reduce cost of this firm eventually. Ken, I'm getting the look.
I'm trying to figure out what you're.
Are you suggesting that the task force would do the interviews?
I'm suggesting that the task force would help lay the groundwork and figure out what went wrong where, what could be improved, and then use an accounting firm or consulting firm to dig deeper, to drill deeper where needed.
Well, that's a really important distinction because that's not at all what I would have. I mean, I would never imagine that you'd say, okay, here, community members, people that we run into at Harris Teeter, interview the staff. I mean, I think that, you know, a professional process that that does that. I mean, you know, as a in my past life in human resources. You know, that interview process over issues can lead to all kinds of stuff, and that is not an appropriate place to use. I don't believe that's an appropriate place to use volunteer people. They're not bound by professional codes that people are. You know, I mean, they don't have standards of performance that they have to adhere to. They don't have, you know, I mean, that's just a whole crazy can of worms that you would be opening up.
My second question, I guess, to Kate is, where's George Mason in this process, and can we use them? We've used them to help us with this new project planning system.
You know, if we put out an RFP, there's no restriction as to who could respond. And frankly, it could be a firm, it could be volunteers in the community, it could be the university. Then the board, through a process, would make a determination as to which one would most suitably address both the independents, because I don't think there's any question about, from this board anyways, as to the requirement that it be independent, an independent review. And there's no question that the scope we just approved would be the scope that they would have to execute as part of their work. I would say anybody could respond.
Can I ask a point of clarification on that?
Go on.
So you emphasize very firmly independent, and Ken's definition of independent is outside the association. So that would mean that we are saying no Reston Community Association members could be part of the RFP. Is that what we're saying?
No. Once again, it's not up for me to say.
But that's how
it's up to the board.
So we have to be careful with that word independent, because you emphasize that pretty strongly.
And you would have to check conflicts of interest for each of the RFP.
But you'd have to do that anyways, whether
Right.
they were external
Absolutely.
to the Reston Association community or not.
I just want to make sure by us using the word independent, we are not
excluding
members of the Reston Association community to be a part of the RFP process. That's all I'm saying.
No, I'm sorry for interjecting.
Say that again.
So earlier you had said that independent, true, that the legal is outside of the association, which means all association members. So I want to make sure if we use the term independent, we're going to create an RFP to hire an independent, whatever the group, firm, whatever we call it. We're not, by doing that, excluding members of the community from putting in a bid to be part of the RFP process.
They have a forensic accounting company.
They
and
can submit, right, they can submit a bid.
Right, but I want to make sure we're not excluding them by using the word independent. That's my point.
So
That would have to be taken into consideration at the time.
In the procurement document.
Right.
That we, the
And that
solicitation
they would not
that
have
we issue.
anything individually, potentially, to do with the actual review or reporting out.
Yeah, I just want to, that's my clarification
Yeah, no,
point.
it's a very good
Good.
clarification.
I don't want to inadvertently exclude members of the community for being part of the bid.
And once again, that's up for the board to decide, not for me to decide.
Lucinda.
Understood, I'm just taking,
Sorry, Sherry.
I have a couple of things. I guess just in follow-up to that, I'd like to ask your legal advice, Ken. When you said independent, if the board was selecting the firm to do this, would that be considered independent?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you. And I think the key thing here is that we really need to, the board and the staff really need to take ourselves out of this equation as much as possible. Yes, we do have a responsibility to approve and, manage contracts and all of that on a higher level. We didn't, as a board, look at the audit, the firms that applied to do the audits. We let the committee do that. And we let the committee of volunteers make the recommendation. So
No, keep going, sorry.
so I just really feel like that second motion says the RA board will do this, the RA board will do that. We need to be out of it. We need to be completely removed as much as possible for our own, sanctity. That's my first point. And then, Eve, I think that I agree with you. If I understand what you're saying correctly. I know.
It's crazy.
Definitely going to strike tonight.
We entered strange lands tonight.
So, but
I don't know.
But I think that we can find a way to form a committee. I mean, I think going through the vetting process is, arduous, but it's possible to do, and this is a really important task, so I would take the time to do that. But I think that there are other ways to look at that. By forming this committee, like the sustainability working group, I think that they took members who were already vetted, who were members of other advisory committees, and put them together as a working group, and they didn't have to go through the entire process. So there are ways around it if you want to get an independent, because I think we really need some kind of a independent committee or working group or something to make the recommendation, to receive the proposals and evaluate them and make a recommendation to the board so that the board and the staff were removed from this process. But wait, so if that doesn't work, because of the rules or whatever. We could also ask, as Julie had said, ask an outside community association or organization to help us with this. We have a lot of partners in the community who have very similar missions to ours, and I think we could, go outside and ask our partners for a little bit of help and advice in receiving their proposals and making recommendations to us. Or, we could look at one of our existing committees, like the fiscal committee that recommended our auditor. I think that it's just really important for us to have some group that is not the board and staff do this. And go ahead, that's all.
Yep. No, thank you. That's very helpful, Lucinda. Danielle, and then Eve. And then I'm hoping that we're
Okay,
ready to...
I just want to clarify something, because when I said an independent group, like members being this independent group, I got a lot of Ken left. I'd like to take a picture of you and send it back to you.
I was intently listening to it.
So, and then Eve, you brought up the thing of there's not the professional standards of the interviews, and we're just going down a dangerous path. But Sherry, you think we should have independent members, period. Which is, I'm just trying to put it all together.
Yeah.
I'm trying to summarize where each person is kind of leaning.
So what I'm hearing from Sherry is that there are individuals in the community that have the necessary qualifications, and by using the term independent, and correct me if I'm wrong, Sherry, that we're not excluding those members as possibilities.
Correct.
If they want to submit a bid.
If they were to submit a bid.
If they were to submit a bid for free, they would do this for free.
Or for fees.
or they could charge $20,000.
Correct.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
Thank you.
So I've got Eve, and then I've got Ray.
Well, now you just said something that put a whole new train of thought in my head, which was, I mean, if somebody's going to submit a bid and be paid, then they have to be a professional. I mean, then it has to. That's a whole another thing. I mean, I don't think you can say, oh, let's form a random group of people in Reston, form a temporary company to do. I mean, that's also
in on that.
Exactly. But what I was going to suggest was that I wonder if, since this is an audit-related type of function in my mind, and Robert, you can tell me I'm totally wrong on that because I also don't know what I don't know. I wonder if the fiscal committee might help us identify firms at least. I don't,
You suggesting that there might be a natural down select?
Or me shifting I mean, they might.
Fiscal committee could do that, kind of manage that bidding process.
Vetting the qualifications?
Or they could be a part, yes, so the fiscal committee with a group of citizens could
Selected through a process.
go through a process. I was thinking about Lucinda's comment of, yes, it really must be a full moon or something, because I think I'm agreeing with Lucinda. Lucinda's comment about creating a working group that utilizes other committees, alleviates some of the burden for the interviewing and the formation. That fiscal committee could be responsible for. Let me see if this is right. Let's watch Mr. Chadwick's face. The fiscal committee could be responsible for creating a task force.
You already have the governance.
Okay, we have governance. Okay, all right, that might be too many. But all right, but I'm wondering if we could utilize fiscal to help create this group.
Could have the chair or someone from the fiscal committee assigned.
Okay, that's all I
Ray?
have.
Yes.
Let's bring it closed, Ray.
Let's, okay, I'll
Because I
try
think
to
I'm
bring
up
it
after
to a
Ray
close.
now. I think I'm up
Because
after
we are definitely flying all over the place right now. The idea of a committee, it all sounds really nice and sweet, but it rarely works. It wouldn't work here. The selection process, who to pick, who they would, how they would put it together, then who's going to handle it. It would take forever. It would be disparate to a degree that we'd never get anything done. It's, like I said earlier, at some point, the board is going to have to make the final decision anyway, one way or the other. And if anybody is afraid to make that decision and just wants to kick it out to somebody else, well, they shouldn't be at the board. I mean, it's our responsibility. These are the types of things that we're supposed to be taking care of primarily. A lot of operational issues that come here. I'm all in favor of kicking the Kate, as you know. We're going to be open to criticism no matter what we do. If you can't wipe that off your shoulder, if you can't be a duck on that, we shouldn't be here. We might get threats from the community and all of this. We're going to get challenges, but in terms of the board governance committee, I look out here and I think all but maybe one or two people that have been in the room tonight regularly, to some degree, talk to me about these issues before I even walk in here. I'm already getting their input on almost everything. Sherry's probably the same way. You think I'm not going to get their significant input on putting together the RFP? Who should we select? Of course, the fiscal committee should recommend. Anybody can recommend who to send the RFP out to. I mean, that's open. And if you know somebody that we're not thinking about, please tell me about it. We'll send them the RFP. I mean, this is not a big mystery. But at the end of the day, somebody has to take the responsibility to make the decision and to do the evaluation. Now, if the 10 people in this room can help me evaluate a proposal or a firm, great. I want them to do that. I don't want to do this. I'm not claiming expertise in it. But somebody has to make that decision. And I'm willing to sit there and do it. I have a lot of confidence that Sherry can do the exact same thing. Mike and Eve, I hope that you feel the same way about yourselves. We can get this done And if somebody in Reston now who wants to call himself the Green Lantern or Superman wants to write something about me the next day, who cares? We can't let that drive our decision-making. We have to do this. And it's like Jeff said, the normal procedure of business. Of course, we're going to take great care in this. Of course, we're going to put great attention into this. I put more attention into this than all on. That's all I got to say. I mean, this whole committee idea and flying around and hybrid this and hybrid that, that's out of my mind. I want to thank Ken and some of the other people for helping me out and clarifying this tonight.
Great. Lucinda, and then I'm going to go to Ellen as well for last thoughts.
No, I get it. I get a sec.
Oh, okay. Lucinda, then Sherry, and then Ellen.
It's almost 10:30 and we're really far behind. I would like to suggest that we table this and have like the governance committee come back the next meeting. And yeah, we probably want to talk about our agenda. And I think we have to have a motion to continue the meeting past the meeting time.
Only past 11.
Past 11.
Oh, okay.
Let's hope we're not going to get there to 11.
So I'd just like to, I guess, make a motion to table this and bring it back to the next meeting.
Okay, do we have a second? Okay, no second. It fails. Sherry?
Take it easy on that whack-a-mole now.
So, so here's an idea. I think it's kind of bringing in a lot of different ideas, and it is getting late, so my bedtime is long past, so it might not make a lot of sense. But it seems to me we have a procurement process, right? We could, any committee, anybody could submit who we think should get this bid. And it could also be made public, right? We do that out. Absolutely. Don't we put it on our website and we put it in a paper or we do something? Right. So, you know, that goes out. I think we need to have a fairly short suspense on that bid, on that procurement process or the bidding process, because we don't want this to drag on until Christmas, right? We'd like to get it done, you know, before early fall.
Fall is good.
The in that proposal, obviously, is a scope, and I think we have to decide how much we're willing to spend, or it's open and we're willing to let everybody bring in their costs. But I think we as a board need to decide how much we're willing to spend. I'm at 0, and I know other people are elsewhere. Once all the bids are collected, they're given to the board governance committee to give first look at credentials, at what they're coming back with. And then once that's narrowed down, it can be brought to the full board for final vetting. My only fear is they have to be able, we're going to stick to our scope and we're going to stick to whatever budget we allot. And that's going to be hard for, I think, somebody to come up with. But maybe those people are out there. And we get this done fairly quickly because time's a ticking and we got budgets coming and, you know, we got it. We want to understand our process. I think we all have to remember this is about process. It's not a witch hunt. I don't think auditing firms are necessarily the right group unless they're broad enough that they do bigger than
construction,
that they do bigger than monies and dollars, that they do processing, governance, and internal controls and all that other stuff bigger than the budget. It's much bigger than just the budget. If we need, and you will need, a POC on the RFP for questions about scope, I suggest that's me. I'm the only one on this board who has not been part of any of this stuff all along. I wasn't part of the initial vote. I wasn't part of the 430. I haven't been part of it at all. I have nothing going on with this except I just want to get it done. So if we need a POC, I'm the closest to being vanilla in this process than anybody else. I'm volunteering to do that. I've been on that before. It's not fun because you get people calling you all the time, but I can. So that would be my proposal. Is that's how we proceed? Is just that procurement process as usual. We put it in the paper. We put it on the website. We can send it to people if we think we know people that do this kind of work. All bids come in. All bids get to the governance committee. Hopefully by our next meeting, whenever that is, and we can march on.
And you're willing to be
Sherry,
PRC and take the responsibility on all this?
Not all of it, just to answer questions by potential bidders about what is
That's
whatever.
strong. That's very strong.
No, that's good.
That's strong.
Sherry, it's 10:30, and you said it's past your bedtime.
Way
but
past.
You sound rather lucid.
Really?
Yes, this was good. Any other comments?
It is a strange night.
Wait, are we voting on Sherry's?
Not yet.
You have,
Just
you have a
comment.
motion on the floor from
Gotta-
a
We do?
long time
We
ago.
still
Yeah,
have-
from
yes,
a long time ago, 2A. is
2A.
still on the floor.
Ways on the floor.
Oh,
So,
wow. That was a long time.
Ellen?
I'm not only leaning, I'm sitting on a totally independent professional study. I've heard wonderful comments around the table, but I think it's important for us to keep in mind that we as a board, and I realize that we have resolutions, we have our deeds and whatever, that we must have some type of involvement. But I think the least involvement we have in this entire process will make the community look at us a little differently, and it will certainly restore the integrity of this board in the community.
So those are very helpful comments, Ellen. Thank you. So we do have a motion on the table. It's 2A. There was a second on it. I'd like to call the question on 2A. So, all in favor?
Want to read it or what?
Do you want me to read it?
Yeah.
Read it?
Yeah, please.
Council? Yeah. Motion 2A, establish an independent Lakehouse task force of 5 people, no RA staff, board, or committee members, to execute the scope. The task force will be selected based on qualifications in the areas of accounting, audit, law, construction, project management, governance, internal controls. Membership on the task force may include non-RA members, brackets, hybrid approach. So, I call the question. All in favor? Okay, we've got 1 opposed.
I'm abstaining.
Julie, I'm sorry.
I'm abstaining.
1, 2, 3, 4,
There's 5.
We got 5.
5,
Abstentions?
1.
Carry. 3. So the motion fails. So, I'll read.
Wait a minute.
I thought you had, is it only 4 that you had?
5.
2, 3, 4, 5.
There were 5 nays, 3
5.
abstains
And
5 out of
1
9 is a majority.
for nay.
for nay.
Oh, was that nay?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Nay. So,
Can I ask a question about 2B, which I know are you getting ready to vote
let
on?
me,
Okay.
let me
Read the motion.
read the motion, get a
Sorry.
second,
Then
we'll have a
discussion.
discussion. So, motion 2B, solicit requests for proposals that include 1, a breakdown of the estimated charges and total estimated cost of the contract. 2, resumes of those professionals to be involved, as well as the hourly rate to be charged for each one. 3, company or group experience in conducting similar reviews. 4, an outline of how you would propose to carry out the review. 5, an estimate of the amount of time required to produce a final report with an expected end date. 6, any other information you believe relevant to the proposal. The RA reserves the right to select any responder or combination of responders to carry out the project, or to determine that it will not select any of the responders. Once a responder or responders are selected, RA will negotiate to reach a final agreement for the performance of the work at an agreed upon price. If no agreement is reached with a responder, RA shall be free to select others or issue a new RFP to do nothing further without any further obligation to the responder. The response to the RFP should be filed within, and we should determine by no later than, some particular day, your point, Sherry. The board will review proposals and discuss each with respect to terms, costs, qualifications, and timeliness of completion during its meetings on July the 28th. So that's
Second.
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 Ellen will second. So discussion. Why don't I start with Jeff this time, and then we'll move around.
I think I'm okay with the idea of amending this. Maybe somebody could be thinking about the words of the last sentence there about having the board operations committee reviewing. Board governance committee, sorry. Reviewing the proposals and making a recommendation to the board by the July 28th meeting.
So that would be a friendly amendment.
That would be a friendly amendment, however.
I'll accept that friendly amendment.
July 28th is going to be really tight.
Ellen, do you accept that?
Yep.
Accept it.
Accept it. I frankly think we need to do it quickly.
Yeah, but we're already late June.
Yeah.
Yeah, but something
Vacation
like
time
this.
and everything. July 28th, way too tight.
Well, let's go around the table, and then, so basically, Jeff's point is more or less okay. Add the board governance as the body that's responsible to come back to the board with a recommendation by a date certain.
Yeah, and if I still have the floor, and encouraging the board governance committee to get appropriate input, as I'm sure they will, from the community.
Absolutely. Lucinda?
Just get her done.
Well, I mean, I like that idea, but that's the board governance committee, and I just really feel strongly that we need to take ourselves out of it and have some outside entities involved. Maybe we could, I don't know, I can't even believe that we're proposing, it's past my bedtime, but that we're proposing that the board is going to select the people that are going to review what we did. I mean, I just don't even know how we can do that. So that's my statement.
Let's, point of clarification, I'll have Ken address that, and really the responsibility of us as a board in terms of making these kinds of decisions.
It's ultimately the board's decision.
We have to decide.
There is no question about that.
If
We
that's
must
how
do
you
it.
want to act, then that's how you want to act.
No, it's not a wanna act, it's a
Okay.
requirement. It's just not an option. Julie?
I like what Jeff has added in the friendly amendment. My presumption, and I hate presuming, so please tell me if I am wrong on this presumption, that in our normal procurement process, there would be some vetting, some making sure that they met the quals, right? Weeding out those that did not meet the minimum standards on background and professional skills. I think perhaps in this case of doing the final review, perhaps there's a way to bring the fiscal committee who are volunteers, as opposed to Sherry and Danielle, who are part of the fiscal, to be part of that next vetting and evaluation. Perhaps that's a way to bring in some of the community, to your point. But I am comfortable that the governance committee has enough diversity and strength in it to be able to come back to the full board with, here's the firm that, or I'll call it firm, that we believe to be the best qualified, best price, we're comfortable with where they are, best bang for the buck, if you will. I think also that we have, when needed, had a special board meeting that specifically addressed a topic. And as I'm thinking about what I know is coming up on the July agenda, perhaps it's too much to also throw this on it. So perhaps it might be an early August meeting that we just take discussion, review, member comments on the selection before executing that contract. That's a thought of how to maybe address the short timeline. Because I agree, we are basically almost the end of June till something gets out and gets publicized. You're probably talking at least 2 weeks from now, 2 weeks to respond, 2 weeks for you got 6 weeks there.
Yeah.
In my mind, until something is brought back to the board. So perhaps we can look at something that is 6 weeks out as a special board meeting on this topic.
We're already starting to look at dates for you.
I thought you would.
Anyway, for budget, so staff has already identified dates that I was supposed to send out to you anyway, so.
I'm thinking that somewhere in perhaps early August, and then they have 4 weeks, 4 weeks plus or minus, to execute based on some, I think, relatively good numbers from Robert's experience with Deloitte, and still might get us the answers before we start the real final grind down into the 2017 budget analysis in late fall.
Okay, Julie, so that's basically the board governance committee, 6 weeks out in terms of a board, 4 weeks to execute, so we can still do the fall sometime when it's done.
A 10-week project.
Yep, great.
Where did you say fiscal committee?
Only as supporting what's brought to the, in your governance vetting, you could ask that the fiscal committee also render some input to you as the governance. I mean, I don't see how the governance committee couldn't ask for input from whatever committees.
Right.
Or the board can direct.
And members of the community that you would want, I mean, like Ray said, you're already talking, well, the people anyhow, we all are talking.
A lot of input, yep.
Yeah, we got a lot of input coming, which is great.
Okay, Eve.
I think we're actually standing right at the precipice of making a big mistake. I mean, I think we have to hire professionals, but I really think that there has to be, and I don't want anybody to think I'm avoiding my responsibility. I'm not. I'm totally happy to make a decision, and although I don't feel qualified to make this decision. And when you look at this, I mean, I don't feel
Who do you think is going to evaluate the proposals? That's the part I'm confused on.
That's exactly the part I'm getting to. I think that we have got to broaden the people who evaluate the proposals. I mean, I'm a former IT refugee with who's been doing real estate for the last 10 years, who came out of the human resources world. I don't believe I'm qualified to look at the skills that a firm, an audit firm of this nature is bringing. Now, I could probably look at their experience and say, okay, so I think that.
Isn't that how you bring in the fiscal committee members? And you also have your procurement.
Right, but we have a group of people who are extremely dissatisfied with what has taken place. And I think that if we don't incorporate them into at least this process, that we run the risk of simply having spent $100,000 to get a report that they then reject. And I'm not saying, now, Jeff, look at.
I hear you.
I know we're not going to make everybody happy, but I'm moving forward in confidence that the report's not going to make them happy either if they're hoping to find a smoking gun. And so I think that they should at least be happy with the process. And, it's like, okay, I didn't get the result I was hoping because I spent a lot of time not liking the RA board. And so, but I just think that somehow, and either we handpick, that's not the word I meant to use. We go through the committees and we say, we go through the committees and we say, hey, committees, our current advisory committees, are there people there who want to participate in this? I think like John Bowman is, isn't he still on multimodal? And, Erwin's on EAC. So, we may have other people that we can expand out to be a part of this process. That's, so that's my concern. I think.
So my question to you is this.
How would you put that in a friendly amendment? Because I'm open to it. I mean,
But I thought
let's just get to it.
The committee would outreach to
I think that that's very soft. That language is very soft, and it makes it sound like we're like trying to hold on to the chips. And I think we need to open our hands and say, hey, you know, come on, help us pick these people. I mean, I think that clearly it seems that Robert,
we
even
have
though
to-
he is in-house, Robert seems to have a lot of experience in exactly the kind of people we're looking for. Okay, Danielle is not going to do it,
No,
okay?
I would do it, but.
I know, but it doesn't make, I mean, we don't, you know, we have to.
So is that back to a task force and
Oh,
It's
interviews?
no, it's an expansion of the people who will hear this.
My question to you is this.
Can we temporarily expand the governance committee? Is that possible? No, I mean, really, is it possible?
We can direct, the board can direct the governance committee to bring on additional members with, you know, from, in whatever way.
Well, like I mentioned, RCA.
Yeah.
Okay, third time. My question to you is this. Why could we not have procurement vet the RFPs and then come to the governance committee?
They have,
Because they're internal.
Yeah.
well, we don't have a procurement.
Well, so is the governance committee internal.
Let's ask the person who does all the procurements.
So I just sent Sabrina, I don't know, half hour, 20 minutes ago, an email that said, what does it look like if we add that interview session for the BOC later in the month of July? Put out a call for candidates to the membership, to who wants to be a, I don't know, 5 or 7 person selection committee to sit down and review these and make a recommendation. I highly, highly recommend that you do that. We can put a call for candidates out nearly immediately. Gotta have it in date by, I don't know, let's call it the 15th of July. If you're interested, you gotta tell us that you're interested, and let's say on the 18th of July, BOC meets, interviews, makes its recommendation, so then July 28th, you can appoint the group, and boom.
Can we let the RFP at the same time?
I don't see why you couldn't.
Yeah.
I don't see why you couldn't. In fact,
Because
you
your
could do the
selection
same
committees
thing.
are-
Push that out, get the group together,
simultaneous.
and you can still do it. I wholeheartedly agree that it's got to do that.
I think that's what I said early on.
That's my friendly amendment.
Committee made up of
You get there sometimes, too.
So, okay, I accept the
friendly
friendly amendment. Who was the second? Ellen was the second?
Ellen
We've got to write it
second.
out.
We don't want my name on that.
I understand what you said. Incorporating that into the motion, would that replace the last
Yes.
sentence completely?
Yes.
I think it is still a good idea to also say the board will review proposals by, because you want to giddy up. So you want to have, here's when you get your selection committee, and here's a time that the board will be making a decision on that recommendation. Because the board's not going to select, is not going to do the down selecting,
No.
right? It's a different group that'll do that. But let's say we find a special meeting in August at some point in time, and we could just say special meeting in August. We don't have to select the date now because we got to find out who's available when.
Alternatively, you could also say something to the effect that this task force would select
their
the top 2. or
Right,
whatever.
exactly, that's perfect.
Make a recommendation.
Mike Levy on this.
President's finding is make a recommendation.
This is beginning to get all over the place again.
Sorry, Ray, I want to go to Danielle, then you, and then Sherry. We're going to go in order. Danielle.
Thank you, Eve, because this is my concern, is not including the community members in all of this. And I think that's an excellent proposal. Can you repeat what we are doing? Because I want to make sure, I thought we were together before, but.
So the hard part is, it's technically the motion that just failed. So you could
No, it's
modify,
not. It's
well,
not at all.
established an independent of people to, okay.
No, it's not at
all
all.
right.
It's to review this.
You're creating a selection
offers.
committee.
Okay.
Yes, that's all it is. We're just
Okay.
creating a selection committee.
I'm tired.
I know.
I know.
So,
I just still also feel that the selection committee could lay a lot of groundwork, but if we're going to be doing, there's a lot of expertise out there. But as long as it's moving simultaneously.
Aren't we just adding something in between the response to the RFP and the board will review? You're
so-
just adding a selection committee made up of?
Well, but you want to really clearly spell out what the process is, so it would be,
You're going to establish in
it would
parallel
be a
with
call
the
for
RFP.
call
for candidates.
First, we
yes.
want to do a,
Can it be a separate motion so that it doesn't get?
No, it's okay. Let's keep it together. It's all the same action.
But you could use the language of motion too and just change some words, right?
Motion 2 is different, I think.
I mean, 2A.
So we're going to let Kate noodle on that,
task
and
force.
let's, Danielle, anything further?
If we are, I think I'm with Sherry in terms of setting a dollar amount. Let's see what comes back.
Okay. So we'll put a dollar limit.
Yep, that's it. I don't want to take anyone's time.
Okay, Ray, we're going to try to do this before 11.
We're back to being all over the place again. You know, you settle on one thing and then you open it up to a million different nerve ends. Who is going to be on this committee? Who's selecting this committee? What if 20 people want to be on this committee? Then if you pick 5 and 15 are saying you're biased on who you picked in this committee and calling them a selection committee. Does that mean they're the ones selecting in the end?
They're recommending.
Who we're choosing?
The evaluation.
We have to stop abrogating our responsibility at some point. We've got to make this decision. As far as it's time to open our hands to the community, I always have. Everybody out here knows that. And Sherry always has. We're 2 of the 4 people on the board. I can't speak to either of you, so I don't know what you've been doing. But I know that we have and will continue to do so. Sherry, as the point of contact, is perfect. I don't have any doubts about her ability to be open and honest and intelligent and all of this. And I'm not the least bit worried about the process. If you want to get community input to the maximum, she's the person to do it. I can do it. I do it all the time. I keep asking these people more and more for more opinions on more subjects. Many respond, many don't, many will on this. So this is just a canard if you're talking about establishing all these committees all over the place. Who's going to get picked here and who's going to get picked there, and they're going to tell us what to do again. No. No. I want good, strong, solid advisors. I think I have them now. And that's what I'm looking for now. We will get good, strong, solid advice both before the process. It's going to be open meetings when we evaluate who do you like, what do you like and not like about specific proposals, specific entities, specific people. I have no doubt that that will happen. But at the end of the day, somebody has to push the button and select somebody. And it has to be, and it is best done by Board Governance Committee. We have to do it. We can't abrogate this to some wishy-washy all over the place. Let's set up another committee. God, we already have too many committees, and who's going to be on it? And let's go to operations, and they're going to interview people, and they don't even know what they're interviewing. We don't have time for that anyway. We've got so many other things thrown at us every week. At some point, you got to just say the buck stops here. And I'm comfortable with it. Sherry is comfortable taking responsibility for something that most of the people in this room would want no part of. Let her do it. She can. She will. I'm happy to take input from everybody out here. If anybody doesn't believe what I just said, stand up and say so. We can't just start flipping around to committee here, committee there, independent, this person here, that person there. Genghis Khan and the Green Lantern on Reston now don't like what we did. We have to stop at some point and just make a decision and stick with it. And I think this is the most qualified person sitting to my left. I consider myself extremely qualified to do that and to be open and honest. And I don't think the members have anything to worry about here. I always have been. They know that. So is Sherry. They know that. You guys will be if you haven't been already. They're gonna have to trust that. And then we can move forward. We're talking about Board Governance Committee second week in August seems like a good natural time to work around that date, to be receiving things. A lot of this stuff can be in parallel, as we discussed. This isn't that tough. It's just a matter of wanting to do it and being willing to do it.
Okay, so let me just clarify with Ken about what the motion is on the table, because I think motion was to be, and then there was discussion about a friendly amendment talking about adding a task force.
No, an evaluation committee.
An evaluation committee. So that's.
She hasn't spoken yet.
Yeah, no, I know. I just want to make sure that we know what we're discussing on this.
Still working.
Yeah.
We'll work on.
So we are talking about the friendly amendment to the initial motion, which includes this evaluation committee, does not discount yet that it could be the board governance committee plus.
That actually was the amendment, was the Board Governance Committee plus.
Plus, okay.
Not an elimination of the Board Governance Committee, but an addition
But
to the Board
at the end
Governance
of the
Committee.
day, when the votes are cast, it's the Board Governance Committee that's making it.
Bringing the recommendation to
Yes,
the
correct,
full board
correct.
for a
That's
decision.
correct.
Yes. Well, this is important that we all understand what
We're
it
on the
is
same
that we're
page.
agreeing. Sherry.
Okay, so a couple thoughts. I think timeline was right. 25th of July, no go. That just won't work. Mid-August potentially would work. If that sees a special meeting and maybe Kate, we'd join it up with the budget meeting, or I don't know how that would all work. And it's too late to really think about it. I feel strongly about the money, the dollar figure. I think we gotta commit to whatever it is. Above all, we commit to scope. The only other thing that might help, and I've seen this done before, with the idea of non-biased reactions to the bids, if you will, is they're blinded bids. So if we're going to be looking at resumes, if we're going to be looking at company names, we can blind the bids. So we don't know who we're looking at, what we're looking at. We're looking strictly at qualifications. We're looking at what they can perform, by when, and how. We're looking at just the actual meat of the proposal. You blind the bid. That would be my other
We might be
suggestion.
able to be the point of contact if we're going to have blind bids.
Sorry?
Sherry wouldn't be able to be the point of contact if we're going to have blind bids.
Well, the procurement people could blind the bids before they got to me, I guess. I
Do we,
don't know.
Well,
we don't.
your name isn't on the amendment that we're discussing anyways. That was just Ray's suggestion, right?
Yeah, I'm not on that.
We haven't gotten to that part yet.
I think there still has to be somebody on the, when you put out an RFP as the POC to ask questions about the RFP, you need that person.
I understand, but
Um,
you're on the Board Governance Committee, and so.
Yeah, but I wouldn't know what the bid, I mean, even if I was that, I wouldn't know who the bidders were when they came in.
But-
Unless there was only one, I guess.
But you're already on that committee.
Sorry, let me have Jeff, and then we can go around for clarification. Jeff?
I'm not sure why you're concerned about, I've been in the buying business for 25 years, and I've never had a process by which you would not know the firms that are for the proposals that you're evaluating. Never. That seems like a very odd process to me in my experience.
I'm just saying to protect this idea that we're going to pick people based on we know who they are. We're going to pick some and not others. You blind it, so you don't know who you're picking. You're picking people based on their qualifications only, not based on the person.
We're
But
going
it's
to
a
be picking a
firm.
firm.
Right.
That's going to
Yeah,
have
but
past experience.
we say in here we want the resumes of the professionals to be involved, as well as their hourly rate. So you'd blind the resumes, or you're not asking for resumes. You have to ask for resumes. So you would blind the resumes. You can't.
Never heard of such a thing. I'm telling you, I've been in the business a long time.
This isn't just like.
In the Intel community, I've seen that done more than one time.
Yeah, but I've seen professional services.
Okay, is there any further discussion on this? Perhaps we can have the amended motion. Julie, it's getting close to 11.
Speak really fast. I think adding an evaluation committee made up of community members, volunteers, gets to the interest in making sure we have community involvement. It doesn't abdicate anybody's responsibility, because in my mind, the governance committee still is in there. It's an assistance, it's a member, it's an input into the process on that evaluation. And I think that when we look at full board responsibility by having the BOC do the interviews and the selection of that smaller group, whether it's 3 people, 5 people, whatever we decide, to support the governance. We have members on both ops and governance, both fully invested in the process, and everyone's engaged by having that combination. So that's my point, because my concern had been, how do we make sure we have, we answer the community voice? Thank you.
Okay,
We're going to
so-
have to make a motion. Time.
Sorry.
Okay, motion to extend till?
We have, no, we have 1, 2, 3 more items on the agenda.
They could be tabled.
Extend till what time?
Well, let's see, 2 are yours and 1's mine, and mine's going to be very short. How much time do you think we'll need?
Well, Jay, we had said only if time, so.
Jay's gone, TJ is gone.
Well,
The CEO evaluation process is 20 minutes. Melissa, can we
Let's
shorten
move
it?
it. Can we move, Mike, let's move it. It's, yeah, let's
Well,
move
we've
it.
had Melissa here all night.
She's been sitting all night.
And
We can let her go now, though.
Go now.
Run away.
I think it's so
Save
important.
yourself.
Basically, what we're doing on that is just approving the advancement of the date.
And we have a
on that.
timeline on that.
We got a
do it.
timeline.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's important.
Well, this is what
So
we're going
we're going to extend the meeting till what time? 11:30?
11:30.
11:30, so let's all work towards the 11:30
Is that a motion?
deadline. Motion.
To move, second.
All in favor?
Then we don't have to stay. We could get done early.
All in favor? We could finished earlier.
Aye.
Aye.
I'm
Sorry,
opposed.
I need to see who's voting for
Right.
that. Sorry. Thank you. Okay.
Abstention?
I'm opposed.
Opposed.
Opposed. Abstention is,
Should say opposed in spirit.
Sherry is
I'm opposed just because I'm way past my bedtime. I'm getting cranky.
good.
That's
That's why I took a nap.
I am getting cranky.
We read the amended motion and perhaps just the amendment, right? We know what the initial motion was.
I think that we've bounced around quite a bit. Peter, you working on?
I'm about a minute away from being done with the.
And yours is reflective of the suggestion to engage community members in an evaluation committee?
To
Yes.
support the BOC.
One point, Sherry, you raised the issue about setting a dollar limit, and that was something that Danielle kind of concurred with. I think that's a dangerous two-edged sword, because if wind gets out that that's what your amount is,
Oh,
then
true.
they're gonna fill it up to that amount.
Right.
You don't put it into that.
But we said it really low.
Yeah, well, no, then they're gonna not bid at all, you won't get any request for proposal. So my suggestion, let them come back, you can set a dollar amount in your own mind, and you can take the position that that's where you're gonna be. And if they come back way over that, but I personally, I think it's risky if you put the dollar figure in.
I
Just a
concur.
thought.
You don't.
While we're waiting, could I make a motion to make a change to the agenda? While we're waiting for Kate?
You can make a motion, we'll see if we get a second.
Well, we
I
actually,
make a motion that we move item J, the code of conduct, and K, CEO performance appraisal, to our next meeting.
I second that.
I second.
For discussion.
July 28th meeting.
Yes.
Sitting here all
So
night.
that, so Sabrina's.
So let's have some discussion on that.
How about a
Go
vote?
ahead and give me one of those things. to talk with,
Let me
please.
just say that item K has a time limit on it, and I would strongly recommend that
She's
we
been sitting here all night.
Are you
Take
saying we
that
cannot
action
accomplish, we
But
can't meet the
item
time?
A, I'm fine.
We also have
I
I.
second the motion. I stick by seconding the
You want to
motion.
make a friendly amendment to Danielle? Because she had the
Would
two
you
items.
accept a friendly amendment?
No,
but it's
I'm
20.
going with her.
To keep
I
K.
just think we need to be out of here by 11:30 because we can't function, we just can't function.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe the stronger people here can.
Are we
I'm
deferring
not sure
I
we're
and J?
functioning
No,
at,
J and K.
7.
Jane, K.
I mean, can Kay be done in
Myers-Briggs,
5
I've been
minutes?
sitting here all
or 10
night.
minutes?
Okay.
In 10 minutes, less than 10 minutes. It's pretty simple.
I can vote down mine.
So I'm making a friendly amendment.
Okay.
Keep K, drop J.
You both have to accept it for
Right,
it to be
but that's-
recommended.
The friendly amendment?
Why don't you withdraw all and do them independent by
Okay.
agenda
I
items?
thought we already removed J.
We did.
We didn't?
Not technically.
All right, I'm gonna do, all right, I'll accept your friendly.
Let's do them one at a time then.
No, he just
Well, now we're
accepted,
using
you
up
accept the
time, right?
friendly amendment?
No,
Yeah,
I don't.
we're using up
We're
time.
giving
I
So the
suggest
motion
we
is
move
still on
item
the table.
J.
Unless Danielle withdraws it.
I
and
withdraw,
then-
I
okay.
withdraw.
Okay.
And then
Okay.
you
Okay,
can.
make a motion that we would remove item J
I'll
to
second
the
that.
July
I'll
meeting.
second that.
I call for a vote.
Okay.
Oh, we're just doing
Love
J
it.
right now.
Okay.
Call for a vote.
All in
Alright.
favor?
All right,
Aye.
J's
Aye.
gone.
I make a motion that we remove K as well.
Is there a
I'll second.
I'm sorry, who seconded that?
Me.
Okay.
Okay.
Discussion.
Discussion, we must get this done. If you recall last year when we
Here's no
discussed
time,
this
I could be
item,
doing it.
you all that were on the board
Can we
were
move to that
upset
We were.
because we were pushed and rushed.
Right.
And by getting an additional month start on this will give us ample time on the other end of the performance review cycle. So I strongly object.
So can't we just say that? Can't we just make a motion to vote that we move it up a month and be done?
We could do that.
It wasn't for action anyway.
Let's just take
No,
a
it was
vote on
just
the
an
motion.
Just discussion.
So I think everybody can agree that we need an extra month, right? That's based on the experience last year.
Okay, without objection, is that the terminology, Counselor?
Yes.
Without
Yeah.
objection,
There's no
we'll adjust
motion.
the schedule by a month. Melissa, does that deal with our issue?
So you could have told me that 4 hours
Sitting here all
ago.
night.
All
Sorry.
in favor?
Yeah.
Aye.
Aye.
Would you just do it without
Melissa,
objection?
I
You're excused.
apologize.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank
So
you.
sorry, Melissa.
Thanks, Melissa.
But you put a great
objection.
package
Why did you
together
take the
in
vote?
the board
It was
package.
very nice.
It's late.
Because you know, it's 11:05.
Okay.
All right, now where are we here,
Thank you,
please?
fellow board members, for
31,
indulging
keep
me.
quiet.
Okay, where are we?
31. So
Kate, are you ready?
Okay, so
And we're leaving I on the agenda, is that
Yes,
correct?
I think that's pretty
Okay.
important.
All right, let's check.
I move to remove I.
No.
We're gonna get rid of this.
Are you making a joke or are you
No,
seriously
I'm
making a motion?
not.
I think we're waiting for
Make it
Kate to
funny.
give us the
Oh.
modification.
It's getting so late.
All right. Amendment on this one. Okay.
I'm so glad I took them out.
Yeah. No, there's no stickers left.
As fast as I can.
Okay.
Can I have the Kit Kat one?
Can the amendment be simply?
I'm almost.
We're all
I'm
attacking the
almost-
candy
Okay,
now.
okay, okay. On the flight path here, okay, so.
What about the Kit
But we're still waiting. There's nothing left in here. Who had this?
Don't blame me.
I'm taking bids for what's in
So
mine.
where are we, Mike?
Sorry?
Where
I
are
think
we?
we're just about to.
Just waiting for the final language for the motion.
I'm
Putting pressure on her, please.
What I might do
Danielle?
for your benefit
Okay.
is I am going
Snickers?
to email it to you, as well as read it out loud so you've got it before you.
Can
Would that be helpful?
Throw it in comment, I can do that.
Wait, say that again?
Throw it anywhere in comment and I can put it on the screen.
Okay,
That's the way.
bear with me.
Good work, Sabrina.
Oh, this is still here.
Okay.
That's why we have these young
Yay
people.
for millennials.
Yes, they rock.
Go millennials.
Thank God for them.
Oh, no. What did I do?
Anybody have Snicker bars in their little thing?
I used to believe in that commercial.
Don't give him my. They're mine.
Good fight.
That is what you wanted, isn't it?
Yes, thank you. Yes.
Well, went his way, I bet he won't
It's showing
catch.
how much we support one another.
Show me where the candy bin is.
No, don't tell me.
It's so not a secret.
It's right behind Julie.
I don't want it.
Okay, all right.
I left it all the way till 11 o'clock with no chocolate.
And you want me to put it in
Common.
the board, common, blah, blah,
And
blah?
I'll grab it right from there.
Okay, hold on one second. Come on. Oh, jeez. There we go.
Melissa is still here.
Okay.
I'm looking at what I have to do.
It should say establish a, do you see it? Yep. Okay. Okay.
Okay, let's see
Give me
what
a-
we got.
Guys, please.
Let me try and read it out loud.
Okay.
Okay. Establish a Tetra Review RFP Selection Committee comprised of blank RA members to review RFPs and provide recommendations to the board on firms to conduct an independent review of the processes and internal controls that led to cost overruns and revenue shortfalls related to the Tetra purchase. The association shall put out a call for candidates as soon as possible with a deadline to make application by July 15, and the Board Operations Committee to conduct interviews during a meeting to be held on July 18. Further move to solicit requests for proposal that include a breakdown of estimated charges and total estimated costs of the contract, resumes of those professionals to be involved, as well as the hourly rate to be charged for each one. 3, company or group experience in conducting similar reviews. 4, an outline of how you would propose to carry out the review. 5, an estimate of the amount of time required to produce a final report with an expected end date. 6, any other information you believe relevant to the proposal. The RA reserves the right to select any responder or combination of responders to carry out the project, or determine that it will not select any of the responders. Once a responder or responders are selected, RA will negotiate to reach a final agreement for the performance of the work and an agreed upon price. If no agreement is reached with the responders, RA shall be free to select others or to issue a new RFP, or do nothing further without any further obligation to any responder. The response to the RFP should be filed no later than the close of business on August 1, 2016. The board will hold a special meeting in August to consider the recommendations of the selection committee.
Right. Since it's my amendment, or can you add at the top?
Do you have it open? Do I have it open?
I can work on a local one, but I have to come over here to do that.
Okay, yes.
That it should be to work with the board governance.
Right,
committee.
you missed the governance.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
Governance.
The selection committee works with the governance.
It's
Governance committee is
it's the governance committee plus
Right,
is what we're
yeah.
And
looking
the
at.
governance committee is bringing to the full board.
Yeah,
Right at the top,
Top.
right before the blank.
Okay, so actually, Sabrina, hold on. Establish a blah, blah, blah. No, to establish a,
Well, do you need that now that the operations committee is actually selecting the committee? Do you need
Well,
the governance piece in
I-
there?
Yes.
Yes.
It's the board governance
It's the board
committee.
governance committee. It's the board. It's the board governance committee.
Act in concert with the board.
to act, okay, so right where it says, Sabrina, it says of blank RA members to, now you say act in concert with the board operations committee to review.
No, it's board governance.
Board governance, I
committee.
apologize.
I have an amendment or a request. It's not an amendment, it's the language. Because before.
But can,
Wait,
does she
let's get
make sure
started.
she gets that?
Sure.
So how many additional members do we want to add to the board governance committee for this? So that's the question,
You have what, 4 now?
5.
yes.
You have 4 now?
Just keep it odd.
Why, 9 is a big number,
I'd say 3 more, 7.
7.
Yeah.
So I would say
7.
3 additional members.
Oh, you're saying in addition to the governance?
Right, exactly.
So,
3 plus
so
4.
that selection committee will be
7.
7 members, 4 of which are governance,
And
plus
3.
3 from the community.
Absolutely.
Yes.
So 3?
Yeah.
Great.
Right.
Thank you, Melissa.
Thank you, Melissa.
Sorry.
Bye.
For clarification, instead of trying to write out to firms to conduct the independent review, can we just put review as scoped above or
To
whatever?
execute the scope above, which is what we had before.
So here,
To execute scope above.
all the way to here.
Right, yep.
Yeah.
It's
Yes.
to execute the scope above.
Good catch.
Above won't work.
Right.
Execute board approved scope or something.
Which was motion.
That's why, frankly, that is why I added the line that I did.
Okay.
Just
good.
to this.
So leave it.
Well, but I think that the line you added wasn't all inclusive of the scope.
So the board approved.
By the board, okay.
That's why I thought.
That's good.
Perfect.
Anything else?
I wrote, to execute the scope previously approved by the board of directors.
So is that the amended motion, Eve?
Yes, that's the amended motion.
Okay, so we need to
Can
vote
we-
on it.
Okay, so can we call the vote?
No, can we have a moment to read the whole thing ourselves before we call the vote?
Need to get the folks
How many
back
people
in
I
here.
can scroll down?
Eve and Julie and Cindy.
They're reading.
That's where you're at. Too bad when the audience leaves you.
Okay, so the additional piece is really that first sentence.
Right.
The
So
scope
that's-
we've
the rest
approved,
didn't change.
and what we're doing is we're just establishing this, this body to support the board governance committee.
And down here, you have
The dates.
at the
Yep,
end.
very good. So, we've got the motion, a second. Can I call the vote?
You can call the vote.
Okay,
Yeah.
all in favor of the amended motion?
Aye.
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 All in favor? Any opposed?
One.
One opposed? Lucinda, any abstains?
No, we got the 9.
We got the 9.
I'll send it to you in just a second, Mike.
Okay. Anything else?
Thank you. Again, I just really appreciate the board conversation, a little bit longer than I expected, but very rich and deep discussion. So,
Yeah.
thank you. Thank you.
Really
Item
fast,
I.
directors. Item I, member records
Yes.
request regarding the Lakehouse interior and exterior construction. On June the 3rd, the association received 3 separate member inquiries from RA members Ed Abbott, Terry Maynard, and James Dean regarding exterior and interior renovation, documentation, budgets, permits, plans, etc. As per Member Rights Resolution 2, all 3 members were asked to complete the association's request for inspection of copies of association books and records form. Only Mr. Dean completed the form as requested. In addition, this week, Mr. Dean made another request having to do with the use and revenue generated over the past 3 years from the Nature House and our main conference center. Because of the detailed nature of the request and the fact that we will be conducting an independent review of the 2016 Lakehouse budgets, CEO Kate Fulkerson requested the board's guidance as to next steps on the inquiries. Without objection, during its meeting of June the 6th, 2016, the Board Operations Committee directed the CEO to put the request on the June 23rd, 2016 board meeting agenda for consideration. With that, I would like to hear my fellow directors' thoughts on this matter, realizing that we've got 15 minutes unless we make another motion. Yes.
Question, remind me again, what resolution number is it that provides for?
On your placement.
On your placement. Member right, resolution 2.
I am so
Resolution 2.
Yeah, it's in the document.
Resolution 2.
Yeah, member rights, member access to association books and records.
Okay.
And it should be with your item summary that it should be behind those materials.
So comments from the board members regarding these requests. And the request is, should it go to the independent study?
I would say one doesn't have anything to do with the other.
Say it again?
I would say one doesn't have anything to do with the other. A member request should be independent of whether we're doing a separate study.
Okay.
That's just my initial thought. Round 1.
Ray?
I agree. I read the requests from all 3 people. I know all the 3 people. They're excellent requests from people who should have the right, whether they filled out a form properly or not, to get the information they're requesting. And we keep talking about the spirit of openness and the communication and community outreach. Well, let's live it and not just talk it, and let them have the information. These are not frivolous requests. These are not people just asking us to keep us busy. They have a legitimate reason for wanting to know this information. They're legitimate members, and they should get the information.
Danielle?
I think as much information as we can provide easily, we should provide it. We should also be posting it to our website so that others can have access to the same information. I think it's all useful. But then you just look at it from a practicality standpoint. And yes, you want to provide everybody everything, but then you have to figure out how can we actually get this done? Because if you're down one accounting person, it's just a logistics problem. And yes, you can answer these questions, but you've got to stop your workflow, pull stuff out, and get it done. So I think we just have to, is the association staffed to be just dealing this stuff out? These are all excellent questions, and I think they all should be answered. It's just how do we get it answered? Sometimes that 10-day time frame isn't going to work if you're down staff.
Okay, Mike.
I echo Danielle's comments. You know, this material should be available if it's requested. You know, there's nothing here that we've got to hide.
Yep.
I'm just concerned about when there's special reports and whatnot, the amount of effort needed to prepare these things. You know, it's essentially taking staff off of other things. But, you know, all the information should be available. It's required to be made available. There's nothing to be hidden.
I do think that it's important for us as a board to know that there is a difference between sort of the books and records and the creation of reports. And so I see this really as as Danielle does. I don't really even see it as a money problem so much as, but it is an opportunity cost problem, because the problem is that staff who are working on, this was, 3 requests in, I don't know, like 6 days or something like that.
One day. They're on the same day.
Quite different in their nature, so not even going to be able to sort of take advantage of work that's being done, and that it duplicates what probably would be done by a review. What I would hope would be that we could pause. That these members would say, okay, well, I would be willing to wait until that data is produced or collected by the working group, and then all of it can be pushed out, so that they could be getting that data, so that we're not having to duplicate efforts, or that the information they may be asking for may be slightly different than the information that the review group needs. It's just about an opportunity cost for me. It's that, these are pretty narrow, specific things that are being asked for. And we do have a process by which they ask for them, and I think that everybody should follow the same process. It shouldn't be that Kate gets emails saying, hey, can you do this for me? Because there's a huge opportunity cost there too. I mean, if she's responding to individual members' requests, I don't think that's good.
Julie? I think there's a reason why we have that resolution and lays out a process and an anticipation of what those costs might be. I do think that where there was the ability to separate the questions that were specific to Lakehouse, that they be separated out and addressed. Perhaps we put that as part of, materials for the selected firm. On the other hand, we've done some analysis, and so if we know that those are questions that might need to be addressed as part of the review, they're internal costs and thus don't cost us the same as an outside audit firm might in getting to that same data point. I'm troubled by us constantly asking our staff to respond to detailed kind of questions. I kind of am feeling like it's whack-a-mole against our staff, and we are down staff. So I think we should follow the process that's in the resolution, and I think that the questions that relate to Tetra should be postponed if they're not answered as part of the review, that we take those up at that time.
Well, that they'd be part of the gathering.
Or we
data.
just hand these questions to whoever's doing the
Right.
work.
I'm sorry. I
Yeah, that's what I'm
apologize.
saying.
Yeah.
You hand the Tetra-related questions to the review.
Right.
If they're not covered as part of that, but we're handing them to them. So.
Don't we have a 10-day requirement by law or by regulation or by
Let me
rule?
tell you what the law is.
Tell me what the law is, Mr. Chadwick.
Members of the association pursuant to both the Non-Stock Corporation Act and the Virginia Property Owners Association Act have a right to access to documents that exist. The CICB has even come out with a decision, a written opinion, that there is no requirement that an association respond to individual questions of a member. There's no requirement. If we have documents that respond to some of the questions, we, by law, are required to give it to them. So we ought to give them those documents. Alternatively, responding to questions, how many members of Reston Association are there? And how many, if they decided to write in questions, are you going to respond to?
60,000.
Every single member request for information? And what's that going to do to your staff?
Right.
You know,
Of the information that is available, is there a 10-day window that we have to respond within?
Yes.
Okay.
If there are documents that respond to that request.
But not, so if that information is available in the form in which
It's requested.
it's requested,
Right.
it's there, but it's not like they have to go
And there is no obligation to create a document.
create a document, create a
On behalf of the
response.
association. That's Commonwealth of Virginia. So I certainly understand the desire to be transparent. I certainly understand, and it really is a business decision for the board. Do you want your staff occupied with thousands of questions from members? Or are they going to be doing their regular tasks instead? While a good response to some of these questions would be, this is what the association has done tonight. We're in the process of hiring a consultant. A lot of these questions will be answered. And as we find information, we'll provide that on the website, whatever. But as far as responding to individual questions, there is no legal requirement. So
We can
that's up,
provide
but
them
it's
a
up to the
link.
board.
Like if
Right.
we know that information is contained
Right.
within our financial documents that
Right.
are
Correct.
public information, you can provide that link.
Lucinda.
I think it's important to answer the members' questions. I also agree that we can't use all of our staff time responding to everybody's individual questions. I think that we need to provide this information, and we need to provide it in a timely manner. If that means just handing over all of the documents in a big pile, then, give them what they asked for. I don't think we have to spend hours and hours making a report. But I do think that in the future, the board might want to look at directing the staff to have this type of information in a format that members and we could use to answer these questions on our own. I mean, wouldn't it be great if this stuff was already on the website in a file somewhere, and when somebody asks, they can go to the link and look it up themselves?
You could double click a number on the financial statement and just
Right.
drill down.
Right, exactly.
Wait a second.
You can't do that.
Yeah. Jeff?
Were these Lakehouse roof materials approved by the RADRB? Are these the same type of roof materials that RADRB commonly approves? Do these roof materials require additional treatments upon install? If so, what treatments? If so, at what cost? How often will such treatments of the roof materials be necessary? Do any of the roof materials or sealants or treatments use arsenic or other harmful or hazardous materials? I don't see a records request in there. And then it becomes the issue of staff time. Do we want Kate and her people who are being paid by our RA members responding to these? I think where we have, there's a specific ask for a specific document and we have it, let's provide it. For the stuff that we don't have, that there's not a specific ask for a specific document, we say we'll get to it when we can, and we have this other effort going on that may answer a lot of your other questions. But a lot of the stuff in here is not an ask for a document.
Yeah.
So we should comply with the law, and where we have a book or record that is responsive, provide it. Otherwise, we'll say we'll get to it when we can.
Well,
I think that's just good business on our part. We can't, our staff is already going to be very busy with our audit that we just approved, right? And they're going to be going through and spending a lot of time with the auditors over the next 6 weeks.
Yeah.
So I don't know that, I think we should comply with the law, period.
Yeah. Well, our CEO is asking us for direction. I have 2 motions. It is very, very time consuming. The first motion is direct staff to provide the requested information on the Lakehouse posed by Mr. Abbott, Mr. Maynard, and Mr. Dean. Do I have a second?
Can I do, oh, sorry.
Second on the motion.
Second. I'll second for discussion.
Is there any further discussion?
I would strongly suggest if we've got the materials readily available in a format, then we provide it. But if we have to create a special report or otherwise, then we do it, or the staff does it when they have the capability of doing it.
Could I make a friendly moment?
Sure.
Moment, sure.
Yes.
Friendly moment.
You can do both.
Friendly moment for
And a
motion.
motion.
I don't want to be that friendly. Direct staff to
Joyful opposition.
Can we add something saying as their time is available?
Well, that's totally subjective.
Yeah.
Well, I don't want to say we're not going to provide you this information.
We have some of them.
Okay,
I have a clarifying question though for Mr. Chadwick.
Yes.
So
You're
if
earning
we,
your money tonight.
if we had, so if somebody asked for, didn't somebody ask for the revenues of the something or the?
Yes, the,
And we have that, we don't have that in a spreadsheet, we have it in a file, right? And somebody would have to go through all that. Are we obligated then to provide the file? Say, here, Mr. So-and-so, you asked about this, here's the stack, and you are welcome to go through them.
The most recent request that I got, when we talked about it yesterday.
Meaning when we say our books are available, does
Right.
that literally mean you can come in and look
Yes.
at the files or whatever?
I think
Okay.
that there are some limitations though on confidentiality
Right,
and stuff
there-
like that. I mean, you don't turn.
Yeah, I mean, you can't come in and look at personnel files, but if somebody wanted to look at the people that, or the.
They can't look at every contract. I mean, they don't get to see every person's.
Well, let
Which-
Mr.
I'm
Chadwick get this, please.
They are entitled to documents as listed in the statute.
I know, yeah.
And they are, in fact,
Fine,
any
yeah.
executed contract they're entitled to. So the reality is that there are documents that may be responsive that we have.
I mean, that's some of the answer then is.
But
you're
the
welcome to
answer,
come look
the
at
answer
this
is that they can come in and they have access to those records at a mutually convenient time within the 10-day period if we have documents that are responsive to their request. But they also should be asking for the documents that they want. Not for us to second guess what documents they want.
Okay,
So
Kate, you had your hand up?
So some of these requests, and frankly, I got them all in one day. And I was like, wow, this shoots whatever I was going to do for you probably at some point in time. And I need help.
Right.
And I keep getting the request, which is fine. I understand the intent behind it. But I get a weekly request, so you know. Okay? The latest one is not as easy as people think it is. Because when we talk about confidentiality, the requested information contained over a 3-year period exactly, what type of group rented. You're talking about 365 days a year over 2 facilities. And for this facility, it contains 3 rooms. And that's contained in an Excel file. So that means that we've got to look at each day and do a count. It also means that if we were just to hand over come in and take a look, I've got to scrub it first, because a lot of that information contains the person, their contact information, and all of this. I don't think that all of these folks who've rented want all of that information exposed, especially if it's an AA group, quite frankly.
Right.
So I've got to do some due diligence here. My staff has got to do some due diligence. Where is Mike? You know, literally I said, what is it going to take in order to prep those materials? Not that I don't want to be responsive. Yes, I've got the revenue numbers, but there were two pieces to that question that I've got to answer. So I paused and I'm like, wait a minute, this is going to take some time. Not that I don't want to answer it. I want to be very clear. It's not that I don't want to answer these questions. I've got a volume of questions to answer here. And I tried to answer the ones that didn't have anything to do with Lakehouse. I hope you saw that I was responsive to that. And sooner than the time allotted. But then I stopped and I thought, wait a minute, there's a lot on this list. Some of it's easy. Jeff just read through a whole laundry list where some of it is not document related. It's more of a, it's different.
It's more of a board question.
That's why I stopped and I said, how do you want me and my staff to spend my time on this matter? You know, and not that I'm not unwilling to do anything with it. I just paused. What are your priorities for me and my team at this point in time? And that is the question, and that's the reason why I stopped. And I said, wait a minute, I need guidance from my board. And I'll do whatever you ask me to. But it's not going to be tomorrow morning because
That's really
I'm not
soon,
going to be
actually.
here.
It's
Yeah,
like in 25
or
minutes.
and it's going to. And to be frank, I'm going on a small vacation, so I'm not going to be able to address this again until Thursday.
As the
So-
board
so I need help.
timekeeper,
We know.
self-professed, we're now past
We
11.
we moved the clock back.
Let's make it like magic.
Yeah,
and it's
like
really
magic, right.
10:45.
We have a motion on the floor. Do I need to read the motion again?
Yes, read the motion.
Direct staff to provide the requested information on the lake house proposed by Mr. Abbott, Mr. Maynard, and Mr. Dean. All those in favor of providing the information as per the motion?
I am in
Jeff has
favor.
got a comment.
Yeah.
Oh.
I don't think either action is appropriate
It doesn't reflect what I think.
amendments for the board to take.
Why don't you suggest an amendment?
I know, I'm trying to think what it is, because again, the documents that we're required to provide, we should absolutely 100%
We have a resolution.
Audit reports, financial reports.
If he asks for a copy of a contract, copy of the contract. You know, if there are specific documents he's asking that we have, provided. And let's set up a schedule, and because there's such a volume, direct Kate to set up a schedule and timeline by which we can reasonably provide it. But for the other stuff that requires analysis and research and things like that, we'll get to it after we can finish the audit of the lake house. But we can't have
That's
Mr.
the second
Dean
motion,
directing our
Jeff.
staff.
If you allow me, yeah. So anyway, did you get that?
I got that there was one I, but we
Okay.
didn't continue.
All those opposed to providing?
Can I just ask a question then?
Sure.
I thought that we really only had one request, one form filled out. The rest were just emails. And I don't think you can't just count emails as requests. I mean, I think we have a process. There's a specific form that we ask people to fill out that gets then added into the books and records. I mean, it just seems like
we should follow
we should just do the same process for everybody so that we don't end up sideways, I mean, I just feel like.
I think the CEO is looking for direction from this board.
Okay.
So
And that's what she's asking for us, and we're past the 11:30, right?
Okay.
Okay.
And so in order to be safe, you really ought to just extend it one more time, just to be, so that you're legit.
I move that we move the board meeting to 11:45.
All second.
In favor? Opposed? Yeah,
I'm
okay.
opposed.
Okay.
Anyone else opposed?
All right. So we have the one motion on the floor. She's looking for direction.
On these specific
On
things,
these,
not
on the lake
general
house,
things.
the
These
lake
specific
house
things,
request
correct?
for information.
Right, because it's only lake house, interior and exterior construction.
So I'm going to ask again, those in favor of the first motion, please raise your hand.
What is that, to supply it?
Direct staff to provide the requested information on the lake house posed by Mr. Abbott, Mr. Maynard, and Mr. Dean.
So it's above and beyond that which is already
It's like
provided.
go through the spreadsheet, do
Yeah.
do
Yeah, but
the
it's-
analysis.
But I would like to add, the information that is readily available will be, but anything above and beyond that,
I agree.
I think it's too restrictive. I mean, I think the stuff you can provide, you should provide. The stuff you can't readily provide, you don't, or can't at this time.
Make
But-
it clear that we'll deliver any documents that we have per
Well,
Ken's
the
discussion.
concern, but the concern that you have there too is that, once again, this is access to records.
Right, exactly.
So the person has the right to access. Now, the question is, if he wants the copy, do we automatically supply a copy to his request? Because the other part of this is that the association is able to charge for the copies.
Right.
No, I don't want to go down that road.
That's part of the resolution. That's,
Okay.
that we have.
So the question becomes, do you simply give them the copies, which is the board's prerogative to do, but that's outside of the policy? Or do you say, do you want copies of what the documents that I have? I'll provide them for you, but it's going to cost you X pursuant to the policy resolution.
Okay.
It sounds like we need some further clarification on the resolution to make it dead simple. You know, things that are readily available, and we've got copies, we should provide them. If they're a page and it's readily available, then copy it. But, you know, if they're looking for 20, 30 individual separate pages that require research, then, you know, that's a big effort.
Well, then just say that we'll do the best efforts to try to satisfy that within a certain
So you
period.
only have one request that was actually completed.
I'm back with E. There was one formal request
We've got one formal
filed
request, yeah.
that follows our process. We address that one.
And the one formal request did little more than say, see attached email. Terry can do the same thing on his. Here's my
Exactly.
form, see attached email, give it to you. It wouldn't be a big deal.
Right.
So we just should tell them, you have to fill out this form. It's going to take you 30 seconds, big deal. That's still not getting to the core of the issue here.
Exactly.
What are we releasing?
So do you want us to vote on that motion?
The core is our CEO needs some direction. She receives sometimes one, sometimes two requests daily for information. And since we're going to be doing the independent review, the second motion was to forward the request to to the body that will be conducting the independent review of the 2016 Lakehouse budget. That was the second.
I'll move.
Why don't we start with the second
that
one?
I second that one.
Hold on.
Can
We're
somebody
halfway
make a
through
phone
voting on
call
the
to
first
the
item.
individuals and explain to them? I'm
Yes.
sure they're reasonable.
Can I make a friendly to the first one? Direct staff to provide readily available information on the lake house
Yes.
posed by these questions.
Say it again.
Direct staff to provide readily available information.
Information or documents?
Documents. They only can request
Documents.
documents.
Readily available documents
I'll
On-
second that.
on the
friendly.
lake house posed by Mr.
No.
Abbott, Mr. Maynard, and Mr. Dean.
All three,
All three.
gentlemen?
Readily available.
You
Readily
seconded
available.
it? You seconded that?
Is
A
that
friendly
how you-
amendment,
Yeah, so it's
the
still.
motion was Ellen's. I
Do you accept
seconded.
that?
You accept
Do you
the,
accept
I
that one?
she accepts.
I
Okay.
accept
We
it.
call for a vote?
All in favor?
Wait.
Wait.
Let Kate.
I am getting ready to,
Explode.
no, I'm getting ready to not be here for a period of about 5 days. It would be unfair if we didn't set a time frame for me to provide a response so that we stay within the statute, you know, so the board's directing me to provide it by X time frame.
So
I'll
a
be
week
back in
after
town
your
on the
return?
30th,
So July 15th.
whatever you pick.
We're already past the 10 days, aren't we?
But only one person filled out.
Only Mr. Dean completed the
Tell them that
request
you're going
form.
to get it to them.
But
by a
I'm
certain
sorry
date.
where Ray is, you know,
And,
the
right.
form is.
So I'm looking for the date, because he knows that I was requesting your guidance on the 23rd, so I got back to him immediately, all three of them immediately. And then So you're having this meeting, so it would then be fair to establish the date that those documents will be done by, so that they know that, so that
No later than July 8th.
no later than July 8th. Okay?
Does that give you
Is that part
enough
of your
time
amendment?
after you return? When your
That's,
staff on
that would be
vacation?
the time, I mean,
Okay.
that are readily available is
Wasting
helpful.
already money.
Yeah.
Yes, we are,
Okay,
definitely.
so
Yeah.
is that part of your amendment,
It's
Danielle?
shameful.
Sure. I mean, readily available documents, right?
Responsive to the request.
Responsive to the request.
Okay, I'll add that.
All right. All those in favor of the friendly amendment as submitted by Danielle, please indicate by raising your hand, please.
Second one, though.
Reluctantly.
Reluctantly, yeah. You got, it was unanimous,
Yeah,
yes.
was that unanimous?
Yeah. The second amendment now? The second motion?
No, it was not the second.
No, I know, but are we going to do the second motion? What's?
That was the second motion.
Yeah, I think
No,
this
that
was
was
a, wasn't
first.
this a friendly amendment?
That was
Yeah,
an
that was
amendment,
a friendly
yeah.
amendment to the motion.
And they
To
were
the first,
either
We're good.
or.
oh, okay, gotcha. It was either or, gotcha. Okay, I'm sorry.
First.
I apologize.
Yes.
I think we're done.
Are we done
No,
here?
we've got one more.
Let's say one more.
It was to forward them to the Lakehouse.
No, that
Well,
was
we've
either
done that.
or, we did it.
We
Are
did,
you sure?
yeah. This, this one we did.
I would say this, I really do think that in the future, we should do them all the same way, you know, and I mean, it shouldn't just be random email to
It
Kate.
doesn't need to come to the board every time we get a request either, though. I mean,
It doesn't come,
we have them all.
it only comes to the board, I think, when there's an issue.
When it's above and beyond the normal
Right.
course of business that cannot easily be done. In this case, we're going to ask to do that.
I move to adjourn.
I second.
I'd like to,
Yes.
yeah, maybe